Always takes a while for it to go live. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akalon here, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're not watching this over on Twitch, why the hell are you not? We're live every single Monday to Friday, or Tuesday to Friday, excuse me, right here on Twitch. The link is in the description down below for those of you that are watching over on YouTube. To everyone that is tuning in on Twitch, maybe watching the VOD, so happy to have you here. So happy to have you join late, but better late than never. So I hope you're all having a wonderful day, and I hope you're going to enjoy the show. We've got a lot of shit coming up, got a lot of stuff going on, and I'm quite excited. I am quite excited for today's show. Let's just quickly set up a couple of things here. See if I'm missing anything. I'm not going to be tweeting anything today. I'm not going to be tweeting out that I'm live or anything like that. I'm just gonna leave it to Twitch, right? If Twitch lets people know that I'm live, great. If they don't, I guess we're gonna have a very lonely fucking stream. Poomonkey, how you doing? Poomonkey, good morning to you. How's work going? Although, is it morning for you at the moment, Poomonkey? I feel like it's a bit past morning already for you. Well, I'm not entirely sure where in the US you are, so I don't know. Could be morning still, especially if you're on the western side, I suppose. Hold up, I wanted to bring up a couple of articles that we're going to be talking about today, as well as, here we go. This article is here. Got the day off. It's 11 a.m. Ah. Wait, where are you from again, Poomonkey? Which state? You don't have to tell me the town or the city, obviously. Just which state are you in again? Because 11 a.m., that should be west, right? That should be on the western seaboard. Or at least, yeah, somewhere on the western. Snubby, how you doing, bro? I am very good. Thank you very much for asking, man. Very excited. Arkansas. Wait, I'm going to have to bring up a map of America. I know Arkansas. I just don't know necessarily where. Map of the US. Let's see. Where the fuck is Arkansas? Let's quickly take a gander. Alright, hold up. I just want to make it bigger so I can actually fucking see. That's not what I want exactly. I mean, what the fuck is this? Alright, this should do. It's nearly impossible to see. Where the fuck is Arkansas? Center south-ish. I'm looking in the center with Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas. Wait, how in the hell is it 11 a.m. in Arkansas? So what time would it be, for example, right now in Florida? 5 p.m. in Germany? Yeah, it's 6 p.m. in South Africa. 4 p.m. in UK. Just go home in time for some Akko. Monkey Spank, how you doing, bro? Alright, so we've got Germany, we've got America, Arkansas to be specific. We've got the UK. So we're pretty much worldwide at the minute, right? We're live worldwide. What time zone is Arkansas in? Magical Gams, how you doing, bro? Would that be Central, 1 p.m. in Florida? I don't know. Yeah, but what time zone are you in, Poomonkey? Is that like not CET? It wouldn't be CET, right? Nicholas TV, how you doing, bro? Noon in Florida. All right, so it's 12. Okay, so if it's 11 in Arkansas, 12 in Florida, that sort of makes sense. That sort of makes sense. And then you'd probably, I'm imagining Arkansas and New Mexico and Colorado and Wyoming, they'll all sort of be in the same time zone, right? Parascopic, how you doing, bro? Let me just show you what the fuck I'm looking at so that you guys see what I see. Random question, have you ever played any Monster Hunter? No, I have not. Not really my type of game. That I don't like the whole, go out, kill something, and then upgrade, and then go out and kill something. It feels very sort of loot, loot pinata bullshit to me. It's very looter-shooter type of gameplay, which I'm not really fond of, right? How does Arizona not have a time zone? It has to have a time zone. I mean, Where's Arizona again? Arizona should be on this side, shouldn't it? You have Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Iowa. That's Illinois, Indiana. Where the fuck is... Wait, Arizona's all the way on this side? Why did I think Arizona's on the other side of the US for some reason? I don't know. But I genuinely thought that Arizona was on the other side of the US. Did you change the camera setup, background, etc.? Yeah, well, I changed my entire house, right? I'm in a new house now. Houseman, thank you so much for tier 1 sub. Did really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. New Mexico is a different time zone. All right, so New Mexico is a different time zone. What about Texas? Although I'm assuming Texas has multiple time zones. Arizona is west of Texas. Yeah. Okay, so which states fall in Central American time? I'm assuming all these states is Eastern time, right? All of these states will be Eastern time. Where does Eastern time stop? Does it stop at Alabama or at Mississippi? At Alabama. Okay, so Eastern time stops at Alabama. Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, all of this will be Eastern time, right? Like, all of these will be Eastern time. And then this will be center time, like Central Europe, American. Like from Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Orlando, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota. I'm assuming all of these are then Central American time. Makoto, how you doing? Most of the middle, from Texas to Alabama, and then up in that column. All right, so North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, they'll all be in the, like, sort of Central American time, right? So then, are all of these states Western time, like PST, Pacific time? King Drago, how you doing? White Rabbit Rambo, how you doing, bro? There's a Disc Media. They're in Disc Media as a map. All right, hold up. Let's just quickly check this out. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Okay, open the original. Yeah, fuck it, it's fine. All right, so Pacific is there. So these ones are actually Mountain time. This is Central time zone, and this is Eastern time zone. Some people get fucked here. So, like, for example, the on fucking Idaho. All right, so Idaho, the people who lives here in Idaho sort of gets fucked because technically they should be Pacific time. It's actually quite weird. Like South Africa, for example, is meant to fall, I think, in 2 or 3 or 4 different time zones as well. But we don't have 4 different time zones. We just have the one. Like the whole of South Africa just runs on South African Standard Time. So in Cape Town, for example, you have weird shit happening. Like in Cape Town during the summer, the sun only sets at like 10 p.m. at night. And then it gets light quite late as well. So the people in Cape Town pretty much wakes up in darkness and then goes to sleep with the light still on, like with the sun still out. But they still have the exact same time zone as the rest of South Africa. Like the time zones don't change. And the portions of South Dakota and Nebraska should maybe be Central Time. Yeah, it's sort of weird that it's bleeding into each other, right? It's sort of weird that these areas, like the Mountain Time is bleeding into the Central Time Zone. But then it's the same state, so you have, like, for example, South Dakota. I'm assuming this is South Dakota. SD stands for South Dakota, right? So South Dakota, almost half of South Dakota should technically, like, is technically on a different time zone to Central, like to the other half of South Dakota, which is very weird. What happens if you live right there? Like, imagine you live right there. You see that little where my mouse is now? Imagine you live on the border, but you work on this side and you live on this side, right? Then you're sort of always an hour early for everything or an hour late for everything, depending on fucking how the day goes, because you work in one time zone but you live in another. That'd be so fucking freaky. In Greece we have a single one, but we are a small country. That must suck to live on the borderline of time. I think so too. I think it should be mind fucking. But then if you think about it, let's imagine like in a couple of years, there's a good chance that we're gonna live in a world where you could most likely live all the way in New York City and within an hour travel to California, right? We can imagine in about 20-30 years we're either gonna have space travel. I mean, there's plenty of people working on that. You have Virgin that's working on sort of space planes, right? That goes up and comes down and it can almost cover the entire globe within hours. You're probably going to get trains, and train technology or some kind of technology is going to allow you to just travel massive amounts of distances in a very short period of time. So imagine living in New York City but then working in California. Like, how much of a fuck up will that be? Mentioned in Tennessee, and it was funny with the time zones there. How so, Pumaki? Do you think we should have a global time and just adjust our association with daylight to a new time? Parascopic, no, I don't, because there's actually been studies done on this by sleep experts that have found that even if you get, for example, 8 hours of sleep during the day, it's not the same as 8 hours of sleep during nighttime. It's as if your brain has a built-in mechanism that knows when it should be awake and when it should be sleeping. And it can take a long time for people to adjust. So, for example, if I move to the US, there's undoubtedly going to be a month or two before my body and my brain adjusts to the new time zone. Even though I'll be fine within a couple of days, right? Jet lag goes away and you're good. You don't adjust fully for at least a couple of months, and then your brain. So they've actually found something very interesting. Around about 8 a.m. in the morning, your brain releases a shit ton of it's some kind of endorphin. I want to say cortisol, but I could be wrong about the exact name of it, because it was I read it in Afrikaans, so I can't remember exactly what the translations of it would be. But your brain releases this, and it's actually meant to wake you up, right? It's literally what it does. If it wakes up the brain. So the problem is, if you go to sleep at, say, 8 a.m., you're literally fighting your brain's natural tendency, because your brain naturally now wants to wake up, right? But you're forcing it to go to sleep. So, yeah. And I actually realized this back when my schedule was completely fucked and I was sort of sleeping during the day and working at night. If I didn't fall asleep before 8 a.m., I would usually only fall asleep at about 10, 11, 12. I mean, like in South Africa, if the time for daylight was 11 to 7, but in Florida, it's still 11 to 7 and evening. Not sure that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, so you're basically saying we just changed the way we look at time. So when it's 2300 hours in South Africa, then it's daytime and that's perfectly fine, versus when it's 11 a.m. in South Africa, but it's actually nighttime. What would that achieve though, Parascopic? Like, let's say we do that. What's the overall achievement there? Other than, you know, maybe planning things a little bit easier. So, for example, when I tell you guys I'm going to be live at 6 p.m., I don't have to say South African Standard Time, and you don't have to do conversions. You just know that it's, it's 6 p.m. It's whenever your 6 p.m. is, it's my 6 p.m. But I think that would sort of screw a lot of people. It's interesting. That makes sense. I lived in New York, and I moved all the way to Las Vegas, and it's a 3-hour time difference from New York So New York is 3 hours ahead. It's so freaky. King Draco, it's actually, there's so many weird things that I've learned very recently. I was watching sort of documentaries on this shit. And what was very interesting, sleep experts say that it is very bad for you to stay in hotels for prolonged periods of time. Like, if you do go to a hotel, you should stay about 4 to 5 nights and then go back home. And the reason for it is whenever you sleep in a new place that your brain doesn't know, you don't actually ever achieve REM. D-Mouse, how you doing, bro? Your brain keeps you awake because it doesn't know where you are. And so in order to protect you, the brain keeps you from fully falling asleep. So you should actually not be living in hotels for a month or two, like different hotels for more than a week or so, because in that time you're not actually sleeping. And I realized that the reason I was doing all this research is now that I've moved to a new house, I wake up every morning tired as fuck. Like, legitimately so tired, I feel like I didn't sleep. And then I was watching this documentary on sleep, and I was like, whoa. All right, so my brain is protecting me right now. It doesn't know where I am. And so it's keeping me awake because it doesn't know the circumstances. It doesn't know if it would be safe to go into REM, which is sort of weird if you think about it, right? Anyways, what's everyone up to? How's your day going? Just want to see here if I didn't get any. Okay, so they haven't updated that yet. This should still be fine. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm in a flat spin looking at all the fucking the load shedding bullshit because apparently they've now sort of warned that it might get worse, that load shedding might get even worse. So, you know, that is a lot of fun. That is like something I can fucking get behind, you know? More load shedding, why not? Also, I want to make the video live quickly. Interesting. Nomadic humans then. How do or did they achieve REM? Parascopic, I don't think they did. I think this is exactly where it came from, right? I think because of how we... Sorry, I'm just making a video live very quickly here. I think... So, obviously, the way natural selection works, right? It's just the people who did the right things survived, and the people who didn't do the right things didn't survive. So, I'm sort of thinking, story but forever. Thank you for still on something. Really fucking appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, I'm sort of thinking that our ancestors who, say, for example, went out hunting for 9 months at a time, right? They never truly achieved REM sleep. Because the ones who did fall asleep completely may have been mauled during the night by a lion or killed by a bear or, you know, fucked over by some kind of creature or animal. So they never truly achieved REM. Maybe exactly to keep them alive. So this is why we are here, is because our ancestors, they were the ones who just never truly fell asleep, and the ones who did fall asleep completely, they died off because they never woke up. When, you know, the big bad wolf came or whatever the fuck it might be at that time. So that's sort of like, it's an interesting thing to think about, you know? And I mean, you can basically live your entire life without going into REM, right? You'll just always be quite fucking tired, but you don't have to go into REM. There's plenty of people that suffer from like sleep apnea and shit like that doesn't go into REM. They just, you know, it just doesn't happen for them. All right, so what's everyone in chat doing? Not necessarily a proponent, but efficiency for streaming or anything would be super simple. It would be, but like I said, the time thing, I think it would also be very weird, right? The first thing the world needs to do is you guys need to get away from that bullshit daylight savings time crap. Oh shit, Agent. Best of luck to you, dude. Thank you much for coming by to say hello, at least. Leviticus, you're working? Fucking sucks. Watching The Expanse before I have to go to work? What's The Expanse about, Houseman? That's true. Makes sense as to why we built strongholds then. Sleep well, protect yourself in a place you know is fortified. Exactly, periscopic. So when you know it, it works, right? Had a surgery consult today, was cool. Kylie K, how you doing? Wait, was the surgery consult cool? What was so cool about it? Isn't surgery almost always scary? USA needs to get rid of daylight savings time. Periscopic's not just the USA. Europe does it as well. I mean, there's no evidence that daylight savings time ever helped or ever really worked. You know, back in the day, they thought that it would like work for crop farming and shit like that. But then as it turns out, it doesn't make any difference. So the fact that daylight savings time still exists doesn't make sense, right? Today's craft day. What's craft day? One of the most realistic sci-fi shows I've ever seen. A realistic how? What is your main on WoW? Do you PvE or PvP? Leviticus, my main is a warlock. Although in NA, my main is a hunter. So it really depends. In EU, I'm a warlock. In NA, I'm a hunter. Lectos, how you doing, bro? So yeah, I don't really do either. I just have fun. I'll PvP from time to time, and then I'll do some PvE. Most of the time, I guess I'm more PvE, but I don't really do raids or dungeons or anything like that. I just sort of enjoy the stories of the game. Used to be hardcore PvE though. Like running the world with old wives' tales. I mean, I don't think this is a USA only thing though, Lectos. Watch The Expanse, Echo. Fantastic. It's a prediction of human exploration in 300 years, generally focused on realism and science. All right. What's the threat in The Expanse? The cool part was they scanned my face into their PC and showed me what results could be. Oh. Kylie, what sort of, what operation is it? No, it's not, but that's why the US won't change. You think so? I mean, everything changes eventually, right? Current season shows Kara G's titties. I don't know who that is. Essentially, humans have colonized Mars and the asteroid belts of Jupiter and Saturn. The Earth is dying and is in a political gridlock. Those three factions drive the plot. Ooh. You had me. You still have me, actually, but you had me at colonization and political gridlock. I'm making jewelry. What kind of jewelry are you making, Canary? She's hot, enough said. Wait, what's her name again? Kara Gee. I'll be the judge of whether or not she's hot. Oh, she is fucking hot, actually. Yeah, all right. She is hot indeed. All right, I can get behind that. The threat comes from internal conflict between humans of the Earth, Mars, and the Belt asteroids. It sounds like an interesting premise. I'll definitely give it a watch. I would have been less inclined to watch it if it had to do with aliens and shit like that. Not because I don't think aliens are real. I absolutely think aliens are real. But because I don't like movies about aliens, because I don't think when the aliens come here, they're going to try and dominate. I think by the time a race reaches the intelligence to sort of conquer the universe, so to speak, they would no longer want to conquer the universe. Facial feminization surgery is what it is. Ah. Kylie K, isn't that shit very fucking expensive? Pendants and earrings with resin. I've got some snake sheds I'm going to use. Wait, what is a snake shed? You mean literally the skin sheds of a snake? Resin, by the way, is a very interesting. There's a table that I really want to fucking buy. That's actually, like, it's got resin running through the middle of the table, like different colors of resin, and it looks fucking brilliant. There is an aspect of that, yes, but their concept for extraterrestrial life is very different, I think. All right, I'll definitely give it a go. When aliens come here, they are going to add us to their diet. And Jockey, I don't think they're gonna. Canary, I want to see the jewelry, by the way. If you're on Discord, link it in, like, anywhere. I'd love to see it. I hope we meet the Vulcans before the Borg is all I want. It's Star Trek, innit? You're talking Star Trek shit now, right? Everyone knows it's Star Wars over Star Trek. Suck that they're ending it with Season 6. Was it always meant to end in Season 6? Or is it ending because no one's watching it? Can be, but I only need 2 different ops, so it's like 14k. Wow. All right. Congratulations, Kylie K. Puma and Key, but it's Star Wars over Star Trek. Everyone knows that. I love the music in the background. Kindrago, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. It's Pretzel Rocks. These are not the aliens you're looking for. Star Wars is definitely better than Star Trek. I mean, Star Trek was boring as shit. I genuinely don't know how people got into Star Trek. My cousins were big Star Trek fans, and I fucking got so bored watching Star Trek, dude. It is just, I mean, fuck my life. I couldn't watch that shit. Star Trek over Star Wars all the way. Pumonkey, generally speaking, I will say that you are a well-informed person that knows what you're talking about. I would like to take back everything I just said. Nightwing, how you doing, bro? Yeah, we only just started. Welcome to the stream, Nightwing. Star Trek Discovery is really, what, good? I mean, I wouldn't watch Star Trek. I just fucking wouldn't. Good to see you back. Hope all has been relatively smooth. Double Tap Games, how you doing, bro? Things were not very smooth at all. But they're good now. Thank you very much for asking. Damn, I already missed half an hour. What did I miss, y'all? We were talking about the different time zones and then sort of talking about sleep. We were talking about what if the world had just a single time zone. And now we're talking about how Star Wars is better than Star Trek, objectively speaking. There's so much story and lore and throwbacks to the other series, and it's good. I mean, it is an objective scientific fact. I mean, it is more scientific and true that Star Wars is better than Star Trek than, for example, that gravity exists. I could make a compelling, rational argument for why gravity might be a lie, although I can't make that same argument for why Star Trek would be better than Star Wars. Yeah, no WoW lore just yet. We will be getting into some WoW lore tonight, but not at the moment, no. Not just yet. You guys know how it goes. We sort of hang out on Twitch and we go wherever the fuck chat takes us. Last night, we were busy for almost 3 hours talking shit before we finally got into fucking WoW lore. Because chat kept coming up with new topics to discuss. But I do have a couple of things lined up for you, as well as a pretty cool, in my opinion at least, speculation theory. Honestly, Star Trek is more scientifically realistic, if anything at all. Star Wars is pure fiction. No. If you want to know what real science is, that's Star Wars. But Star Trek takes science angles. Star Wars is about killing stuff. Star Wars is about the future of humanity. It's what it's gonna look like in 1,000 years. You mark my words, in 1,000 years we're gonna live in the Star Wars universe. Leviticus, but if you have 2 time zones, or even 4, I mean, then you may as well just keep all the time zones that we have right now. My guess is that the proponents of a single time zone for a global world want to do away with sort of any confusion around time zones. Lightsaber Beach phaser, hands down. The phaser is that pew pew gun, right? That they used in Star Trek. Star Wars is better entertainment. Any argument for Star Trek can be made for Star Wars, but Star Wars is far better to watch. Agreed. Or just keep what time zones we have and go with GMT. 24 time zones seems a little unnecessary. I mean, maybe a tad, but then at the same time, it sort of makes sense, right? The time zones do make sense. And TNG were my favorites. Star Wars The Future, please. You expect Jedi and lightsabers. The laws of physics are completely incompatible even. No, they're not, Christers. No, they're not. Look, the things we're gonna find out in the next 1,000 years is going to mean lightsabers are real. I guarantee it. What side of the Force would you embrace? Dark side, obviously. That's obvious, right? I mean, if you gave me a choice between the light and the dark, I would be dark side, 100%. There's more fun to be had on the dark side. Do you like the last few Star Wars films? I wasn't sure. No, I did not like them. One bit, Kylie game. Not even a little bit. Insofar as there are no new Star Wars films, there are 6 Star Wars films. The first 3 is bad. The last 3 is great. And when I say first 3, I do mean 1, 2, and 3. When I say last 3, I do mean 4, 5, and 6. Even though 4, 5, and 6 came out before 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3 was sort of bad. However, that's where Star Wars stopped. Like anything after 6 was just an abysmal attempt at milking the franchise for money that it just no longer had. Because they could have made great Star Wars films. They could have continued along the Jedi angle and rebuilt the Jedi Order, and that would have been really fucking cool. The problem is they didn't do that. Instead, they brought in a girl who has no Jedi training, and suddenly she can do everything that Jedis took fucking forever to make, right? Jedi spend more than most of their life training in the matters of the Force. Training how to use a fucking lightsaber takes years to master, and this girl just does it as if, yeah, what, this stick? Yeah, sure, I'll wield it and I'll beat a Jedi with his own fucking lightsaber. Like, what are you talking about? So no, I did not like it. My problem with the girl's name is Ray, right? Dip Dripper, how you doing, bro? Since when do we have to watch ads and advertising from Twitch? I just want to see. Twitch is up to whatever the fuck they're up to. I don't know. Brunham, how you doing, bro? By the way, Double Tap Games, did you try and type a .com or something that looks like a website? Because yeah, the bot will have none of that. So I have nothing against. I want to be clear. I'm not, contrary to popular belief, from everyone that says that if you hated the Star Wars films, you must be a misogynist, right? I am in fact not one. I love female leads in movies. Some of my favorite fucking games and movies, like literally things that I just enjoy watching, that I've rewatched multiple times, that I've replayed multiple times, like Tomb Raider and the movies as well, Resident Evil. It's all female leads and it's very fucking cool to watch. Why do I hate Star Wars? Not because there's a female in the lead. I could actually get behind that because she's kind of cute. Why wouldn't I want to watch a cute girl doing things? What I don't like is the fact that she is literally infallible. There is not a single thing human about Rey. She is just superhuman. She has no downsides. There's nothing wrong with her. She can do everything better than any other fucking Jedi in the history of the world. It's unreal. It's unreal. You have to make... you have to give me something that I can believe is actually physically plausible. Otherwise, you just break it. It's like that Captain Marvel bullshit. Sure, let's have a superhero with literally no weaknesses. This sounds like a good idea. This sounds like the kind of fucking story I want to watch. That was my problem, was the last few films too, Akko. How did you get those powers? Well, you don't get them because you're related to someone. Exactly. You have to fucking train. That's how Luke and Leia had them. They were Vader's kids. Houseman, but they still went through training. They had very raw powers. I mean, Luke, for example, his power was extremely raw. right? And that's fine. If she had sort of a basic understanding, but she didn't really have control over it, that would have been fine. The problem is she could do things that normal Jedi would take forever to do. I don't have a problem with the fact that she had a connection to the Force. That makes sense. The problem is that she could master the Force without any sort of fucking training. Yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with the gender. Aklon a Sith or Jedi and fast and agile. No. I would definitely not be the fast and agile Jedi. I would be the guy fucking you up with my mind. Do you like a shocker from the Clone Wars series? Makoko, how do I feel about anime? I mean, do you think I've ever watched Clone Wars? I've never watched Clone Wars, dude. It's animation. It's not my thing. I wouldn't watch it. True, and using the Force to bring down ships was way over the top for me. I mean, there were a lot of things way over the top, in my opinion. Like, for example, Leia sort of coming back from the fucking dead, even though she's pushed out into space. And somehow she just has that ability to do that. No. Just fucking no. I think we can all agree that Star Wars is just trash. Apocalypse, I think we can all agree that you're just fucking wrong. Wait, Aku, do you call an all animated media anime? Yes. Not all animated media. I don't call all of it anime, but I genuinely don't like cartoons in general. So I hate anime and I don't like cartoons. So I find cartoons very boring. It's very difficult for me to associate myself with shit like that. I don't get into movies that's animated at all. So even if it's like a Disney animation movie, which obviously isn't anime because it's not in the anime style, but I don't find myself drawn to those types of films. So it's not necessarily that it's, I just call it anime for ease of use. But I know there's a difference between animated media and anime. Animated you like? World of Warcraft, all games. That's about it. Like, I can play animated games and that's perfectly fine. Movies and series, not so much. Only the new Disney trilogy is trash. The Mandalorian is fucking awesome, but that's not Kathleen Kennedy Star Wars. I sort of enjoy, I do enjoy Mandalorian. I don't go crazy over it. So there's people that lose their minds going Mandalorian, one of the best shows ever. I don't necessarily agree with that, but Mandalorian is good. Blue Monkey, stop with your underhanded arguments. Have you guys noticed how Pooh Monkey does not participate in the conversation, but then just throws these little jabs? Apocalypse comes in, says bad things about Star Wars, and what does Pooh Monkey do? Thank you, Apocalypse. It's just like these little jabs, not getting involved in the fucking argument, just jabbing from the side. Like, what the fuck is that? Bro, Star Wars is literally the worst. Story is daddy issues. Visuals is throw all the Adobe After Effects in there. And the acting, I've seen better acting on football fields. Apocalypse, forgive him for he knows not what he does. That's all I'm gonna say. I cannot believe that you would say something like that. Drown out the hype and enjoy it for what it is, I say. Skywalker would annihilate the jailer. Yeah, depends though, like what kind of magic the jailer is using, obviously. I don't know. I mean, the Force is pretty powerful, but I feel like it would be very difficult to mesh those two universes together, because you're sort of, the Force is all things in the Star Wars universe, whereas in World of Warcraft, you obviously don't have the Force. You have multiple types of higher magics. So how would the Force function in a world like Azeroth or a world like World of Warcraft with all of these other cosmological forces, or would all of these other cosmological forces come from the Force and then divide themselves? So sort of like the light and the dark side of the Force. Would it be the Force at the top and then all of the other cosmological forces inside of it? or would the Force be alongside all of these other cosmological forces? Because I feel like if we're gonna decide whether Skywalker can beat the Jailer, we first have to figure out how their magics are going to align, right? Motherfucker, when you finally break down and watch everything I've recommended to you over the years, you'll see what actual cinema is. Like what? Does a lightsaber cut the skin of eternal ones? Considering a lightsaber could pretty much cut everything, I would say yes. Kildana, how you doing, bro? I've stumbled upon the perfect stream, it seems. Well, it's getting interesting. Could a lightsaber cut the chains of death free? I think so. I mean, there's nothing that a lightsaber can't cut. Technically speaking, a lightsaber is the most dangerous weapon on the planet. Because, I mean, if you just make a small mistake with a lightsaber, you cut yourself in half. You know, let's say, for example, you take out your lightsaber, but it's the wrong way around, right? Because you accidentally, you were sort of in your own head, you weren't paying attention, and when you put it on your side, you put it upside down, and then when you press it, it shoots out into you. That's instant death. It just cuts through you, and it fucking destroys everything that's inside you. Mary, how you doing? They'll use domination magic, or only some of them? Mary, I think all of them do. But I sort of have a theory about that, but I'll make a video on that theory. I think domination magic is a magic that comes from the first ones, and it's a magic that eternal ones can't use as often, because I think domination magic has a price. Could domination magic make you able to poo without pissing at the same time? I mean, I think domination magic could make you poo and piss from the same holes. I don't know if it would do anything else though. Lightsabers can't cut Beskar. Beskar and Katosa's block lightsabers though. I bet Jailer could get some of that. Yeah, but isn't both of those very rare? I remember them being very rare materials, so you'd most likely not have a lot of that lying around. Pan's Labyrinth, Mama, Four Lions, Cabin in the Woods, Dog Soldiers, Original IT, and many more. The Force would be Jedi, Light, and Synth, Void. Okay, so basically you're saying we sort of just add the void or the force to the existing cosmological forces. Drop in to say hello, and hello Sexy of Akalon's chat. It's been a while. Monguku, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I remember Beskar being very, very rare. That's why the Mandalorians, sort of trade in it almost exclusively, because it is so rare. But I mean, if the planet was decimated, that would still leave it as quite a rare resource, right? But if so Pumanki, let's imagine that what Pumanki said there is real, yeah? We have the Force being light. So the light side of the Force is the light, and the dark side of the Force is the void. Then would Skywalker beat the Jailer? Based on that premise. So if we accept that premise to be true, would Skywalker beat Zuval? What do you say, chat? No. So you think in that regard, domination magic. So are we saying that domination magic might be stronger than the other cosmological magics? Would just be a paladin? I mean, technically Skywalker would have been the most gifted paladin, right? So he would still be a step up from just being a normal paladin, because Skywalker was very gifted. Anakin did beat the closest thing to gods in Star Wars Clone Wars show. It seems like to combine the two universes would be fairly logical. The Force encompasses all cosmological forces. Different practitioners are able to draw on different cosmological powers. Just as Sith and Jedi have different abilities, people who devoted themselves to different cosmological forces within the Force would have different Force abilities based on their cosmological force. Alright, double tap games, I can see that. So basically the Force would be the primal magic, or the prime magic, and then all the others would be the high magics based on the prime magic. It's like Anduin trying to take the jailer. Probably won't work. I feel the story of Skywalker and Arthas are kind of the same in a way. I mean, that's not necessarily unbelievable, right, Kylie Kane? So we were sort of talking to Terran Gregory. This was a while ago. And he explained to us how story writing works. There's about 9 types of, or archetypes of stories that you can tell, right? 9. So the way you tell a story is extremely limited. So it would make sense that the story of Arthas is similar to that of the story of Star Wars and of Skywalker or Anakin even. So there would be similarities between them, because those are stories that sort of resonate with people, right? And people can enjoy those stories because it makes sense to them. So I think that makes sense in a way. I don't think he could defeat Zaval. Being a gifted pally doesn't make him Titan++. They are kind of the same, because it's a classic epic tragedy of good guy turns into what he fights. I guess so. Can we get a thank you very much. Well, actually, you can just ban him, Apocalypse. I mean, there's no point in even keeping the cunt around. Zaval would break the Force, just like he broke Anduin's light barrier. I believe the type of magic Zaval used to break the barrier is more primal than the light that we know. Yeah, but Kildana, you are ignoring what we just sort of established as being the underlying truth of the universe, and that the Force is the prime magic. And then all of the other cosmological forces sort of flow from the Force. So therefore, domination magic wouldn't necessarily be able to destroy the Force, because domination magic would just be an outflow of the Force. What is interesting in this is, do we believe that death magic and domination magic is the same kind of magic? And that doesn't just go towards our Star Wars World of Warcraft mashup, but just in general. Do we think domination magic and death magic is the same thing? Denounce the light and the void to exist. As all cosmological forces are derived from the light and the void, the dark side would be that force, but twisted towards the void, and the light side would be turned towards the light. I can see that. Are we talking about Luke or Anakin? Luke's power was out of this world. Anakin was strong, but he got broken, and his power was limited thanks to his armor. He had no chance against Palpatine the times he tried to defeat him. I would say, in this regard, Jamalman, how you doing, bro? We would probably talk about Anakin, but without the restrictions of, being destroyed and then becoming Darth Vader. And I don't necessarily think that death magic is meant to be weaker. Apocalypse, I don't know why it's always weebs, but it's always morons. That I can say for fucking out. I feel like it could be all paths lead to death. It is inevitable. That could line up with the ethos of domination magic. If I'm correct about domination magic, though, it's not the kind of magic that is tied to a singular cosmological force. So I guess we could actually talk about this. Let's just change the category to World of Warcraft, since we are getting into some WoW discussions. All right. So I don't think any one of us can deny that domination magic is a rather new thing. It's newly introduced, right? Prior to BlizzCon and the interviews that they did at BlizzCon, we've never even heard of domination magic even existing, right? It has answered a hell of a lot of questions, though, in terms of what domination magic might be and how it might be used, and just the immense amount of power that comes with domination magic. So I'm just going to show you guys what we looked at last night again, because it does actually answer a whole lot of questions. So if we go back to Sylvanas versus Saurfang, right? Just quickly pause this. Screen share. Don't be fucking loud. All right, Musa, thank you for still on sub. Really fucking appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am back. Hello, my friend, and hello, everyone. Musa, how are you? All right, so if we go back, very quickly wanted to point this out, and we are going to watch the whole of it because it's funny and fun. Let's go back to the beginning of this because I want to watch this. Okay, so remember what happened here. Remember what happened exactly after this, right? So directly after the cinematic, we had Lorthamar, we had Jaina, and we had Thalysra. And all three of them were claiming that they did not know what this magic was. Jaina was still asking how long she could have had this magic. Lorthamar was saying that he never felt this magic on her. And if she has this magic, then it must be rather new because they never felt it before. In all the times that he's dealt with her, this magic did not radiate from her. None of them felt it. It was gone as soon as it was used, and it legitimately had a signature unlike anything that they've experienced ever before. We couldn't answer at the time, what is this? What is this magic? I remember when this cinematic first came out, we were watching the cinematic over and over and over again, trying to figure out what this magic could be, trying to answer the question, sort of saying, hey, you know what? What we think it is sort of a death magic. And while domination magic being death magic is one of the easiest explanations, I think I have a different explanation, but I want to watch the cinematic. I hope you guys don't mind that we're going to watch the cinematic again, even though we have watched it yesterday. But I love World of Warcraft cinematic, so here we go.
Let it be finished.
The High Overlord falls. I trusted you. And so did they. Death.
I just want to say, has there ever been a more useless person than modern day Thrall? The fucking asshole is useless. Right now, we saved him in Torghast, and what is he doing? He's just sitting on the fucking steps doing absolutely nothing. Here, he's watching Saurfang die. Obviously, you know, he is honoring the Mak'gora, but at the same time, he could have been the one to challenge for Mak'gora, right? He probably would have had a better chance of doing it as well, because he is younger than Saurfang, and he could potentially have rediscovered his powers if he wanted to. The guy's just fucking useless. It's time for Thrall to go.
Comes old soldier. And all their hope dies with you.
Nightwing, thank you so much for what's up, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club.
You cannot kill hope. You tried at Teldrassil. You failed. Hope remains. You set us to kill each other at Lordaeron. You failed. Here we stand. You just keep failing! The Horde will endure! The Horde is strong!
The Horde is nothing!
It's one of my favorite moments.
You are all nothing!
Alright, so that magic, right? That magic is what we spent months and months and months on trying to figure out. And as it turns out, I believe this is domination magic. It's one of the reasons why Jaina and Lorthamar and Thalyssra they didn't know what it was. It had no signature that they could draw from. It legitimately felt like nothing. Now, what is even more interesting about this is why I don't believe that domination magic is in fact death magic. And that comes from Arthas. Arthas used death magic. Death magic is nothing other than necromancy. It is the magic fueled by death. Arthas used it all the time. Jaina even argues that she senses it in the maw. She senses that magic coming from the runes within the maw. She senses necromancy. She senses something very similar to that of Arthas. However, she didn't sense this. This magic that Sylvanas uses here, Jaina sensed nothing. It felt like nothing she's ever felt before, and based on how they described it, based on their conversation with one another, it felt as if it dissipated as quickly as it came. So literally, Sylvanas channeled it, destroyed Saurfang, and then it was gone. It left no lingering presence, no lingering essence. It was just gone. Again, that is not necromancy. Necromancy tends to hang around. It tends to be everywhere. I believe it was in Warcraft 3 actually that we got to. I can't remember where it was. But Arthas and his undead just went through it, and someone said they can still sense, sense the power that was here before. So necromancy clearly has this lingering effect. We know that necromancy leaves dead, the walking dead in its wake, rather. But domination magic seems to dissipate and sort of enter our world almost at the same speed. So there's something very unique about domination magic. And of course, we have now learnt that domination magic is the very thing that the Eternal Ones used to lock up the jailer. It is the very thing that the jailer is using on Anduin, right? This is domination magic. So the question becomes, what is domination magic? Now for this, my answer actually comes from, I guess you could say, an unlikely source. So if we go to this cinematic.
You, pathetic, a puppet dancing on strings.
I will not break. I will not break. I will not.
Fool, your mind is already broken. But even a broken thing can be made to serve. Countless secrets extracted. Insidious designs forged into weapons for my armies. But I require more. Your grandest desire to claim a final prize. The secret that the first one sought to hide.
All right, so I mean, again, we can argue about this, and we have done that with the last Shield show that we had on YouTube. We can argue about this, right? What is he talking about? To claim the final prize, his grandest design, the secret that the first one sought to hide. Is he talking about the Helm of Domination? Is he talking about something else? Is the Helm of Domination the very thing that will enable him to claim his final prize? In my opinion, it is the second one. It is that that Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination weren't the secrets of the first ones, but that they would enable him to get the secrets of the first ones. That's not what I want to show you here. That's just an interesting sort of byproduct for anyone that's watching this and going, I wonder what he's talking about. We still haven't addressed that. It seems like Zuval, it seems like the jailer is very much obsessed with the first ones. It appears as if everything that he's doing is either to destroy the first ones or to use them. Now, I've made multiple videos saying that I think the first ones are gone. Either they've been defeated or they left on their own accord, but it doesn't appear as if you've listened to how the brokers and the denizens of Erebos speak about the first ones. It appears as if they're speaking in past tense. They're speaking about a race of being that were once something, but they're not necessarily something anymore. But this specific cinematic really got me thinking about domination magic. Now, we see domination magic a couple of times, especially if we believe that the runes is tied to domination magic. Now, according to the interviews that we've seen, the runes definitely have a play with domination magic. The runes seem to be the thing that sort of extends domination magic. So if you place runes on something, you can use those runes to increase the power that you have. So the jailer is using those runes on Anduin and on his armor, and that those runes enable him to dominate Anduin's mind and sort of push him down. So those runes definitely is tied to domination magic. But we see these runes everywhere. There are runes like this on the Titan armors, on the weapons that the Titans themselves make. There's runes like this on void weapons. I believe Xalatath has not similar runes, but runes nonetheless on the blade. So then I got to asking myself, but what if these runes is in fact something from the first ones? And that got answered as well. I believe it was during BlizzCon, but it could have been prior to BlizzCon. But we did get some kind of answer that the runes is a magical language from the first ones. It's a very old magical language, one that really isn't used anymore outside of seemingly Zuval and the other Eternal ones. So we could then make the argument that the runes, if the runes are from the first ones, then domination magic is their magic. Does that mean that their magic may have some downsides to them? You see, this is where I sort of started to think about, we don't see the Eternal Ones using domination magic readily. If you look at when Anduin jumped at Carestia, for example, she could have used domination magic, maybe to survive a little bit longer. She seemingly decided to defend herself the old-fashioned way by failing, as, the plot required. We've not really seen the Eternal Ones using domination magic at all, outside of this dude, whose feet we're watching right now. Zuval seems to use domination magic all the time. So I put this to you, and this is speculation, by the way. This is off the charts kind of speculation, but I put this to you. What if domination magic is in fact a magic that comes from the first ones? It's not a magic that belongs to a single cosmological force. In other words, domination magic doesn't belong to the cosmological force of death. It doesn't belong to the cosmological force of light. Instead, it is higher than those cosmological magics. Last year's Babby, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really fucking appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I caught up on your first stream thanks to a VOD. Thank you for the amazing content. I'm glad that everything has been settled. Lassius Babby, thank you very much. I really appreciate the sub, and I'm glad myself to be finally settled and making some content again. Where was I? What was I talking about? All right. So let's imagine for a second that the first ones uses this form of domination magic. They use it to first establish order in the universe. They use it to dominate the lesser races to sort of fall in line so that order may be established within this universe. They teach some of these beings, some of these creations of theirs, how to use domination magic in the instance that it is actually necessary, right? So sort of a press the emergency button, press in case of emergency. You can use this domination magic, but it has a cost. Now, there is no evidence in the game for it having a cost. There is no reason to believe that it would have a cost, but it would explain what happened to Zuval. It would explain what happened to Zuval without us coming up with even more crazy theories to explain what happened to Zuval. Here you have an Eternal One that recognized and realized that he, at his fingertips, has one of the most powerful magics in existence. And with this magic, he can get basically anyone to do whatever the fuck he wants, because he simply dominates them into submission. The problem is, every single time he uses it, it takes a piece of him. It takes a piece of his soul. The hole in his chest, we've argued to hell and back about what is in the hole in his chest. Where is the thing that was inside the hole in his chest? What if it's not where? What if it's gone? What if because of his misuse of domination magic, he burnt it all up? Now, before you go, but Akulon, what are you even talking about? Yes, this idea actually comes from a movie called The Covenant, right? Which, again, we spoke about yesterday, where magic has a price. There's a cost tied to magic. Every single time you do magic, it steals a part of your soul. I'm not saying Blizzard did borrow that idea from The Covenant. I'm just saying it's possible. And it explains further down the line things that we don't have explanations for right now. Like, for example, why is the jailer's chest empty? For example, why is the jailer referred to as a monster? Well, he couldn't have started out as a monster, right? He was their brother. The Primus refers to him still as brother. The others refer to him as monster. So clearly he didn't start off as a monster. He became this thing that they had to banish to the Maw just to stop him from destroying the Shadowlands. So what if domination magic, the price, is what made Zuval what he is today? This incessant need to dominate the universe. And this ties into another theory that I have that I'll maybe share a little bit later or tomorrow, depending on when I get to actually do it. But I do have a theory about the universe and the cosmological forces and how everything isn't exactly as we might think, if that makes sense. Everything, at least if you play through Ardenweald, if you've had the opportunity to play through Ardenweald, it becomes very clear very quickly that the Shadowlands may not, in fact, be the realm of death. And when I say death, I do mean death with a capital D. In other words, the Shadowlands may not be the realm of the cosmological forces of death. I'd love to hear what you guys think, though. Everyone in chat, I would love to get your thoughts on this theory. Do you believe domination magic is just simply, dude, it's just death magic, what the fuck are you talking about? Or do you think I could be onto something here? Do you think there could be truth to this? I'd love to hear your thoughts. And of course, Burnt Goat Tire, how you doing, bro? Happy to have you here. Welcome to your first ever stream. It is very nice to have you here. Let's just get some music on, and then I can read what you guys have to say. Truffle Shuffle, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Did really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Boys with abs and style points appeals to my weeb taste. Alright, Caldana. Maybe the jailer wants to use domination magic to unbind true death based on what he said to Sylvanas after the Archon's death. Parascopic, that's sort of what I think. Domination magic was something what dominate universe and created our map. That it's beyond our map, magic creating all, just before you said it, so thinking same. Arkiel, how you doing, bro? If the magic stole part of his soul, would we see scars of the amount of power the other leaders who would have used to bind the jailer to the maw and make it inescapable? We would likely see scars, yes, Puanki. We would see some kind of price that they paid for using that domination magic. But remember, at first, when you use magic in something like the Covenant, for example, you don't even realize it. It eventually sets in. Maybe upgraded it. That's why he is using Soul of another one, like with Moonblades. Arkiel, that is a very interesting thought. Because we know that Zuval doesn't use Anima for the maw, right? He seemingly doesn't require the maw to function in any sort of livable way. But we do know that he turns souls into weapons. So what if you're right? What if he found a way to use domination magic without actually incurring the cost of using it that way by just burning up other souls? So he uses souls in order to fuel his domination magic. This might also tie into why he said every soul has a purpose. Because yes, souls do have a purpose to him. It's to fuel his magic. It would sort of make domination magic very close to foul magic in that regard. Because foul magic uses life to fuel itself. I was thinking of it like the cosmological map is the first one's authorized magic. Domination magic, Night Warrior, etc. is forbidden by the first ones. That would open up to more stories in the universe. The Eternal Ones put the jailer in the maw for researching forbidden stuff, secrets of the first ones, and had to use domination magic to stop him. Lectos, I can definitely get behind that argument. Dongoku, in real terms, most likely. I feel like the Eternal Ones are insurgents on the Shadowlands against the first ones for the Titans, and that the jailer realized their purpose was flawed, rebelled, and that is why he was locked away. Parascopic, I have a similar belief to you. We do deviate a little bit, but I will share my theory on it. But that's a good theory. That will make one monster. True, Arkiel, it will definitely make you a monster to anyone that doesn't understand what it is that you're actually trying to do. I think it's important that Ashbringer broke Frostmourne. A weapon forged in domination magic was shattered by the light. What could that mean? Well, it did sort of take all of the light's power to break him free and to allow him to shatter Frostmourne. So, and I believe they also said, was it during BlizzCon, that they said they are sort of gonna, like, Arthas was quite weak at the end of that fight. So the flow of magic from Zuval was already weakening. He was no longer as strong as he was at the start of the fight, for example. Jailer equals Voldemort. Is the stream being recorded for post later? Parascopic, I always record whenever we have these conversations. Whether or not I will actually post them later, that depends on the quality, right? So if a very cool theory is born out of the stream, then that will be posted for later. Most of the time, I don't post anything. I just leave it, right? Because sometimes it's just a broken discussion that's just fun in live, but it won't really translate to a conversation on YouTube. So it really depends on the type of conversation that we're having. What are your thoughts about the bright white light at the heart of Sylvanas' blast and Saurfang? The grey Well, it's the same if you look at Zuval's magic. So if we go, just see, I want the right one. They seem to have fucking every single one. It is so annoying.
You won't succeed.
Such a narrow vision. You disappoint me. No matter. We will find what we seek. In another.
Anduin! How badly are you hurt?
I will live. I'm relieved you're all safe.
These bonds are too strong to break by force. We must find a way to free him.
I will do...
Is that pitiful?
You see that? It's got light there as well. So it has that darkness, but there's also an element of light within it. So domination magic could just be a collection of all of the cosmological forces, right? So in other words, it's when you throw every single one of the cosmological forces together, you end up with domination magic. So if that's true, if in fact domination magic is the combination of every single cosmological force, then one could theoretically surmise that the first ones didn't so much create anything. They more than likely split things apart. So at first, all of it was one thing. At the start of the universe, all of the cosmological forces were sort of part of a singular entity or part of a singular system. And the first ones, in order to create a form of order, in order to create a form of life, split these cosmological forces apart. And this is what brought about the universe that we now know. However, their magic, the magic that they use and the magic that exists within our universe still exists. When you jam-pack all of these cosmological forces together, you get domination magic. You get a form of magic that is stronger than the sum of its parts. And that sort of ties into, fuck it, we'll do the theory that I have for the universe, so to speak. So, I guess for this, we need to start at 3 days ago. So 3 days ago, I'm playing through Ardenweald for the umpteenth time at this point, and I'm doing the Covenant campaign on my hunter on NA, and I'm at this quest now where I have to kill the World Devourers. For those of you that's played the Ardenweald quest campaign, it's a bit into it already, but you help Hoon. You help him basically try to destroy the World Devourers, the World Eaters, so to speak. And you're told that the species, these Devourers, these Anima Devourers and World Devourers, is an invasionary force within Ardenweald. They don't belong to Ardenweald. They did invade it. You're also then told that there are World Eaters and Universe Eaters, so to speak, that can devour an entire planet within minutes, within moments, right? This sort of made me think, while I've done these quests before, every single time I do them, and that's probably one of the reasons I love Shadowlands so much, and I think Shadowlands is such a good expansion, every single time I play through a story within the Shadowlands, something new pops out at me. It's like a very well-written series or movie, where the more you watch it, the more you go, wait, what was that? Holy shit, I can't believe I missed that. That is so good. So I'm looking at these devourers, these anima devourers, and I'm sort of thinking to myself, wait, what do you mean they're not native to Ardenweald? What are they native to then? I mean, the Shadowlands is simply the afterlife of the universe, right? It's where beings that die in reality, it's where they go once they've died. That's what the Shadowlands is. It's what we've been told the Shadowlands is, right? Is there anyone that disagrees with me on what we've been told? So then why are there beings in the Shadowlands that wouldn't be native to one of the realms of the Shadowlands? And more importantly, why would these beings be hostile to the Shadowlands? Now, you could argue that the exact same thing about the Drust, right? Why is the Drust there? It all boils down to the same thing, at least in my mind. The Shadowlands isn't what it appears to be. We are told that the Shadowlands is where the dead go once they've died. I have made multiple videos, and let's just quickly go to the cosmological map once again. And yes, we have to go to the map. We have to go to the map. There's no choice. The question is, are we going to go color map or are we going to go normal map? Which one do you want to do? Richard Knock, thank you for the steel and something. Really fucking appreciate that. 8 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Color or non-color? Which map do you guys want? You want the normal one? All right. Fucking legitimately gave me the wrong one. All right, we're gonna probably have to do the color one because the normal one is trying to be weird. So unfortunately, yeah, the color one is the one we're gonna go with. All right. So I've made videos on this before. It's actually not even that long ago that we made this video, but I made a video not long ago where I said, look at the map. This map was drawn by the Titans. They would have had some inclination, some idea of what happened here, right? And how this universe was set, was set into place. I do not believe that this is a coincidence. That the Shadowlands, the Emerald Dream, and reality sort of sits in its own little bubble within the cosmological universe. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. I think it was designed this way. I think it was designed this way to keep the other cosmological forces from having any real play into this universe. Now, there is a theory that have existed for a very long time on the channel. Apocalypse himself have been touting this theory for quite some time. But imagine this as the start of the universe. Imagine if there is a race of beings, powerful beyond measure. In order to be born, they lie nascent and sleep for a very long time before they are birthed. The first ones are the ones that sort of control their births, ensure that they are born. So we are sort of looking at the cosmological forces here as the egg for this being to be born. So the entire cosmological map, if you zoom out of it, what you will see is an egg, right? And at the center of this egg, you have the being, Azeroth. Now, back in Legion, I made a video where I stated that Azeroth is the cosmological forces, that every single one of the cosmological forces is simply an extension of Azeroth herself. And Apocalypse sort of built on this theory as well, with even more sort of story attached to it, where Azeroth can only awaken when all of the other cosmological forces have been reabsorbed. So when Azeroth is ready, she will awaken, she will absorb the light, disorder, life, order, death, and shadow, and then she will become whoever she was meant to be. But within this universe, you have a bunch of beings, i.e. be it the first ones, it may be the Titans, it might be the Eternal Ones, but a bunch of beings that have found a way to resist it. I don't believe that whoever orchestrated this split, whoever orchestrated this universe, I don't believe they're the ones who imprisoned Azeroth. I believe the split happened to ensure that Azeroth could awaken when she was ready. But then outside forces started to interfere. So you had beings like the Titans setting up runes around Azeroth, setting up the ability for Azeroth to never truly awaken. So you have the runes around here. You have this closed off system that ensures that Azeroth can never truly awaken. Sylvanas herself calls this, this world is a prison. What if she's being literal? So it's not just a prison because, you know, you can't escape and your life is sort of ruled by everyone else. What if she's being absolutely literal? The world is a prison. Azeroth herself has been imprisoned within this world. Remember, at the start of Battle for Azeroth, there was a book. The book was called Before the Storm. In Before the Storm, both Arthas and Anduin touches Azerite. The Azerite shows each of them a future that will set them on the path, basically leading to the Shadowlands. Now, we're told in Before the Storm what each of these visions look like, but we're given very vague recollections of what these visions are. We're not actually shown exactly what Sylvanas and Anduin sees, only that they both saw something. They were shown something. Now, if we believe, like I do, that Azerite is in fact the blood of Azeroth, and that was Azeroth showing Sylvanas and Anduin whatever it is that she chose to show them, then that means that everything that we have up until this point is orchestrated by Azeroth. Sylvanas is doing what Azeroth told her to do. She is playing it exactly the way that she has to play it, like the soldier that she is. What is the goal and the role for people like Sargeras? What is the role for people like Zuvul in all of this? What is their story? Why did Sargeras decide to turn against these brothers? Why did Zuvul decide to turn against these brothers and sisters? What compelled them to do this? And could domination magic, could the cosmological forces be the answer to that? Could the idea of Azeroth being the collection of all of the cosmological forces be the answer that we seek? I don't know. I do know, however, that the idea that the Shadowlands could have invasionary species is ridiculous to me. I believe that these world eaters are there because it used to be their world. The Shadowlands used to be a place of monsters. It used to be the place where everything that wasn't mortal would go. Maybe the Shadowlands is even the birthplace of monsters. And in a cruel twist, Order co-opted it. Order took it for itself. If we are to believe that the Emerald Dream is the dream of Azeroth. It's the perfect version of Azeroth. And as I've said in the past, the Emerald Dream could very easily be the dreams of Azeroth. So as Azeroth dreams, as in the H.P. Lovecraft universe, as Azathoth dreams reality, as Azeroth dreams the Emerald Dream, why could the Shadowlands not be Azeroth's nightmares? Wouldn't that make even a little bit of sense? That the Shadowlands is where Azeroth dreams her nightmares. And because of this connection, because these realms are connected to Azeroth, the Titans and the Eternal Ones saw fit to use both of these to their own advantage. By sending all mortals into the Soul Stream, and by the way, that isn't even a natural process. What do I mean by that? We already know how the Kyrians save souls, how the Kyrian brings souls into the Shadowlands. They have to collect the soul in reality and then take it to the Soul Stream. The soul does not find its way to the Soul Stream automatically. They have to be taken to the Soul Stream. Once you enter the Soul Stream, you automatically go to the Arbiter, and then from the Arbiter, you get taken to whichever realm the Arbiter sorted you in when the Shadowlands actually functions, when the Arbiter isn't down. So even the idea of entering the Soul Stream isn't a natural act. It seems to be superficial. It seems to be controlled. What if these invasionary creatures, what if the Drust, what if the World Eaters and the Anima Eaters, what if they're simply fighting to get their world back? We've seen videos being made by Taliesin and others about the bones of the Maldraxxus, basically referring to Maldraxxus as being a giant creature. What if that's true? What if a giant creature was slain in order to build Maldraxxus? The realm of monsters became the realm of death, so to lock out the cosmological force of death, because I don't care how you break it down, in a war between all of the cosmological forces, death is the strongest. Death is the clear winner. There is just no way that any other cosmological force can even stand against death. And if you think there is, I give you Exhibit A, which would be Arthas. No, life wouldn't be the strongest. Look at Arthas when he invaded Calthalas. Look at what happened there. Sylvanas kept fighting. After every single battle, he would simply raise his own, then raise hers, and his army would get bigger and bigger and bigger. That's the problem with death. No matter what you throw at it, after every fight, death gets stronger. You can't beat death. It will just eventually outlast you because it will just keep getting more powerful. That's the short and the long of it. That's death. So if you have a world where you want to keep Azeroth sleeping forever, you had best ensure that none of the cosmological forces can get powerful enough to destroy it, to take back what is theirs. Perhaps that's why all of them are constantly fighting to take control of Azeroth. Now, am I right? Is that exactly what is happening here? What the fuck do I know? What the fuck do I know? I don't know. It's just a cool story. I think it sounds cool. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. I'd love to hear how you guys think all of this could fit together. That's my theory, and I'm sort of sticking to it until I come up with a new theory that sounds even cooler. Life versus Death would be a great Akopyro lore discussion topic. Would you say death feeds off life and other forces? I would say death feeds off everything. I don't see a universe in which death doesn't feed on literally everything. Super Robin, how you doing? There's no death without life, no life without death. Well, there is in a world where you have 6 cosmological forces. Because even if you didn't have life, you'd still have order, shadow, light, and disorder. And death would still be consuming whatever the fuck they build. So whatever life or beings they come up with, all of the other cosmological forces, death would still be feasting on it. I don't think Void would be the strongest. As I said already, the way Arthas destroyed Calthalas was literally just through numbers, not through superior strategy or tactics. And I believe that Arthas' battle in Calthalas would be the perfect example of how things will always go, right? Whenever you stand against death, that's how that fight is going to go. No matter how much you try to resist it, no matter how much you try to reroute death, at the end of every battle, it simply keeps growing. It simply becomes stronger up until the point where you can simply no longer stop it. It is just now taking over everything. Death couldn't consume robot-like things like Titan Forge, right? No, it would probably not be able to forge the Titan or consume the Titan Forge because the Titan Forge didn't have life, right? It didn't have something to consume. It would just end existing. Everything decays, though. Death couldn't consume robot-like things. Light Void, Life Death, Order Disorder, 3 coins with different sides. But Void doesn't need armies to fight death. It would slowly turn the armies of death into Void Corrupted Undead. Kildana, not necessarily. Because dead beings would also not necessarily have a soul to turn. So you'd most likely have a problem. For example, what could Yoxaron do to the undead under Arthas' control? Because it said that they did hear the whispers. They were just not phased by them. Like the whispers of Yoxaron did nothing to them. Capturing souls prevents him from gaining strength. I can see that, Nightwing. I can see a universe in which death became far too powerful, and because of that, they had to intervene. They had to stop death from taking over, and so they corrupted or co-opted the Shadowlands in order to do that. I think the word is co-opted. Azeroth from consuming death and complete the cycle. Kaki, bro, that's possible. Brune, how you doing, bro? It was also what made the Burning Legion so strong, as they kept their souls away from death using Argus. The question is, though, what type of Titan or Death Titan was Argus then to have such power? Well, Brune, it really depends on what we believe, because it is my belief that Argus wasn't what allowed them to be reborn. Argus simply sped up the process, right? I know Pyromancer has a different view on this, with actual also sort of speculative evidence to back it up, and I love his theory on it. I just have a different theory on it. So my theory on it is that the Twisting Nether is always going to be the rebirth or the place of rebirth for the demons unless they die within the realms of death. So the thing is, I don't think death would ever sort of outright attack any of the other cosmological forces. Instead, it would just wait for one of these cosmological forces to come to it, right? And then it would just feast on all of the souls that sent to it. So I don't think that Argus was the reason the demons could be reborn within the Twisting Nether. And the reason I don't believe that is we have stories already from before Sargeras was corrupted, saying that every single time he would kill the demons, they would simply come back. He would keep seeing the exact same demons whenever he killed them. And Argus was very much corrupted by Sargeras. So the problem is that if Argus only became the engine of rebirth for the demons, when Sargeras corrupted him, then how the hell did the demons how was the demons reborn before Argus was corrupted? Because they were being reborn before Argus was corrupted. Does that make sense? You can't kill Void, like you can't kill Light. All they can do is push back and forth or try to contain each other. I was told that this was the channel to go to if you frequently eat in the bathroom. Minion, depends what you're doing in the bathroom. If you're eating in the bathroom while taking a bath or a shower, I may allow it. If you're eating in the bathroom while taking a poo, you're disgusting. Because you're literally eating pieces of your own shit. Like, that's just disgusting. No one should be eating while pooing. No one. These death realms were created by the cosmology to prevent death from being the end. I can get behind that. We are not naturally bound to Azeroth as normal as souls would go to the Shadowlands. Wasn't it the heart of Azeroth that made our characters spiritually bound to Azeroth? Brune, there's no evidence to suggest that it was the heart of Azeroth. Because we were bound to Azeroth long before we had the heart of Azeroth. The very fact that every single time we died, we didn't go to the Arbiter, proves that we were tied to Azeroth long before the heart of the Azeroth existed. How the fuck are you eating in the shower? Your sandwich would get soggy. Well, you don't have to eat a sandwich, right, Apocalypse? Or pooping, the circle nearest completion. What type of food could you eat in the shower, though? Like, if you were to guess, what type of food would you be able to eat in the shower? Gaki Pro, that's my theory. My theory is that Argus only sped up the process of rebirth. He wasn't the reason for the rebirth. I hate bathing. Or bathing. Whatever the fuck you call that. I hate it. It is just easier to shower and it's more hygienic to take a shower. I don't care what anyone says. When you bath, you're sitting in your own fucking filth. Literally everything you're cleaning off your body, you're just sitting back down in it. So it is the literal equivalent from rolling in mud, spraying yourself off, and then going and rolling in mud again. That's literally what taking a bath is. Taking a shower, the water hits your body, it takes the dirt with it, you wash yourself, the soap takes the dirt with it, and it goes down the drain. There's no stewing in your own fucking juices. You can eat many things in the shower, like what, Canary? I have a tub as well, like a massive fucking tub, and I've never used it. I will never use it. A watermelon? I don't know. Hot watermelon could be a little bit fucking dank, though. Well, technically, eating a dick is not eating, right? So, we are talking about eating, as in physically taking food, putting it in your mouth, and swallowing the food. And no, not that type of swallowing, you filthy motherfuckers. Not that type of swallowing. We are talking about food. So don't make this about sex. This is not the fucking time. This is a PG-13 stream. Only nice things are discussed here. Call us filthy? You? Bro, me? I'm a fucking choir boy compared to you lot. How does Elune fit into this theory? I have no idea. Elune drives me crazy. I don't even want to think about her, Mary. I don't even want to think about her because Elune is annoying to think about. You could eat the sandwich out of a sandwich bag to keep it dry. Well, that'd be still very difficult. Grapes could work. What do you think Jailer will want to get the soul of Azeroth? Baddies, how you doing? I don't know if he wants the soul of Azeroth or if he wants Azeroth herself. But If my speculation is correct, then it's because he wants to bring about the end of whatever the first one's made. Coldness of it? Prove me wrong. Trollsy, how you doing? Welcome back to you, my friend. Watch Elune end up being who Zuval is jailing. That would be a weird twist. Although, the reason I hate Elune so much as a fucking character and love Elune so much as a character in World of Warcraft is because I have a sneaky suspicion we're never going to see Elune. I have a sneaky suspicion Blizzard is never going to reveal Elune to us. Elune is going to be this one god that we're only going to learn about when it ends. I'm allowed to have a dirty mind? Chris says no. Actually, that's not true. If you're an actual Satanist, then you're most likely following the teachings of Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley makes it very clear that you should live an absolute impeccable life, right? You're not allowed to say bad things. You're not allowed to swear. You're not allowed to do drugs. You're not allowed to do anything as a Satanist. So, fact of the matter is that no, if you are a Satanist, then you're not allowed to have a dirty mind at all. Elune is the Force, you know it's there, and everyone has a take on it, but no one ever gets a definitive on what she is. What if it turns out that Elune is literally nothing? Ace, how you doing? Flying Spaghetti Monster over other gods. Existence is about yin and yang. The good can't exist without the bad, and so on. Mr. Nice Guy, how you doing? My fiance has done cute things like champagne with chocolate strawberries for me in the shower. In the shower, Musa. Wouldn't the strawberries, the chocolate on the strawberries melt? Or do you dip the strawberries in the chocolate before you eat it? Also, I have a thing where I don't think that strawberries and chocolate is actually as nice as we've been led to believe. I've never had it, but it just doesn't seem like a good fucking combo. Also, I don't know why people would drink champagne. Well, actually, alcohol in general. When you can have anything, why would you drink alcohol? Like, if you legitimately, I get if you want to go out and get drunk, right? Then sort of Pepsi Max just doesn't cut it. But if you legit can drink anything, why would you go out and drink alcohol? A shower without it turning into soup? You could probably. So strawberries are a pain in the ass for me to eat? Truly, why? Wait, did you just say you've never had chocolate with strawberries? No, I've never had it. The Grey? Because it won't kill you, like antifreeze? Well, technically, I wasn't suggesting that you drink antifreeze. Champagne isn't alcohol much? Yeah, but it's still not Pepsi Max. The seeds get between my teeth? I can see how that can be annoying. Get some strawberries, get some chocolate, take a bite of both. Nah, bro. It's like fucking chocolate orange. People that like chocolate orange should not be trusted. Like, on the face of it, you should not trust people who like chocolate orange. Look, fruit and chocolate does not belong together. You should not mix healthy things with unhealthy things. It's like people that have fruit salad for like a dessert. Fruit salad with fucking ice cream. It's like, what are you doing? You could be having fruit salad with a lot of nice things, and now you're fucking having it with ice cream. Oh, you could have ice cream with a lot of nice things, and now you're having it with fucking ice cream. Not with fruit salad. Fuck me. Words. Here in Bidge, living in a place with no internet. Islet, how you doing, bro? You're not hanging out with Asmongold? Macmillan, how you doing, bro? Any news in the crazy lady landlord case? No, it's gonna take months. It's like 6 months at least before the case even comes up. It's almost salad too. It's healthy. Dark chocolate is healthy. It has very good properties for health. It still has sugar in it though. I know you get some that has less sugar, but you know, still, chocolate and chili wouldn't have that either. Chocolate strawberries are my fave. How about a deep fried fruit salad? No. Why would I be with Asmongold? Because a lot of people is with Asmongold right now. Macmillan, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Did really fucking appreciate that. Can we get some love and chat for Macmillan after giving, what is it? It was almost 600 euro on Sunday. He still finds a way to give 5 community subs. And Alpocalypse did call it. So Macmillan, you owe Alpocalypse an apology. Apocalypse owes you some love, but you owe him an apology. Because you said on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, you said, that's it, sorry man, no more donations from me. And Apocalypse said, yes, until the Twitch streams where you will be gifting subs again. So Apocalypse did call this one. To take a poop afterwards and feeling dirty again. Minion, that's why you take your poop before you shower. Big brain thinking right there. Right? You have to take your poop before you shower. I mean, pooping in the shower, you're probably doing something wrong, right? Nigerian prince we all thought was fake. How funny would that be if it actually turns out that for years and years and years now, there's been a Nigerian prince trying to give his money away and no one will fucking send him their bank details. Like, how funny would that be if that was actually the fucking case? I don't even work for this channel yet and I still feel like I owe Macmillan. Everyone sort of owes Macmillan. It's thanks to him that we have the fucking background that we have. So everyone owes Macmillan. They want to give me his money? Exactly, isn't it? If I was a Nigerian prince, I'd donate 10k per stream. Bro, I would not say no to 10k per stream. That'd be a crazy amount of money. If I got 10k right now, I think I would instantly do solar for the whole house. Could Elune be Azeroth's offspring or younger sister upstart, but be torn between waking her siblings up or saving reality Azeroth's prison? Could be why she seems broken. The Insane God, there's always a possibility of that, but I don't know. At this point, based on the fact that Elune seems to be tied to a moon close to Azeroth, it's definitely not sibling. Maybe offspring as in child, but definitely not sibling. Shiseda, thank you very much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gotta start streaming again. See if I can entice Big Mac to bankroll me too. You're not getting Big Mac. He's got his own fucking emote here and everything, Apocalypse. The moon stealing the sun's light. Could she be the first abhorrent child of light and void? I mean, that's been sort of the going theory on the channel, at least for a long time, is that Elune is sort of the perfect balance between light and void. So a child of both, so to speak. Meaning to ask, is there gonna be an Among Us stream anytime soon? Cocky, I don't know. I'm a little bit tired of Among Us. Give him a sword and an emote, one up you. How would you give him a fucking sword? Oh, you'd give him a mod position. Guys, I'm Turk. Who is Turk? Shaseda, how you doing? I think we do have Turkish people in the stream. I don't know if there's any here right now, but I'm pretty sure there are Turkish people. I mean, we have Russians, so we're sure to have Turks. What if Elune is the offspring of the first ones? Again, a good possibility. Kaki, don't fucking lie. Who here believes that Kaki is Russian? Hands up if anyone here believes that Kaki is Russian. What if Elune is shit? I mean, it's possible. He's definitely not fucking Swedish. Minion, Kaki Kapro is not Swedish. He is the most Russian motherfucker. Literally, he sounds like the cousin of Putin. Russian, he probably rolls hard R's of his tongue. Da da on Ruski. I'm sincerely joking. You already do way too much for the fat man. Oh yeah. Macmillan is fucking awesome. It's why we gave him an emote. He deserves more. Although I don't know how to do more. I can just do more content. It's pretty much all I can do. No, he's not Swedish. I promise you, Kaki Kapro is Vladimir Putin's cousin. If you're Russian, type something in Cyrillic. I'm definitely not fucking Russian. I don't understand a word of Russian. All I know is da means yes. See? Russian confirmed. Yeah, that is as Russian as it fucking gets. Just get an ad for vaping. That is super bad. Really? Wait, the ad said that vaping is super bad. Dangerous. It's not Serbian. Liar. You can give him his own command and soundbite attached too. But you are too inept to set it up. Not really. I could do that. Russian language is so awesome. Russian speaking English is the voice of Satan. Dangerous, thank you so much for 5 something. Really fucking appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know. It really depends. Almost every single accent is either made hotter or worse based on the hotness of the girl, I found. Like, genuinely, I think every single accent really depends on how hot the girl is. Like, for example, when people say they love the French accent, it's like, depends on who's speaking it. If it's a guy speaking it, then it's just another fucking accent. And it really depends on how good his English is. If it's a hot chick, suddenly it becomes a very hot accent. I just noticed you got the Horde Alliance Savannah's Anduin set up on the wall. Awesome, but where's the light? The light wouldn't show right now because it's too light in the background. So I'm still working on getting like a paint job for the back wall. And then once we've done the painting, hopefully there'll be a way for us to set up the light in the back as well, Macmillan. So everything is coming back. It's just going to take a bit of time for me to set everything up. Can't be asked to translate them to see if they violate TOS. Magical Gams, I don't agree with that. I have seen and met Danish girls that make that accent sound fucking amazing. Why would they be on the wrong side? Holy shit. Dangerous in here with 20 community subs. Everyone bow down to Dangerous. That is an insane amount of fucking that is an absolute insane amount of community subs, dude. I really appreciate that, and I'm gonna have to sort of re-roll the alert. There we go, just so that it is immortalized. Dangerous, thank you so much for that, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 20 community subs absolutely means the world to me, dude. How you doing, Dangerous? Minion, yeah, because you were typing in Russian, and when the mods can't understand something, they have to delete it. The problem is that if we're on, so for example, if we're on Twitch, if someone writes something in a foreign language the mods don't understand, and that does happen to break TOS, we'll still be held responsible for that. Think the mods are Swedish too? Actually, British. Be touched, then he donates 100 subs now. No, I don't think Macmillan needs to. Macmillan knows he's got a special place on this channel. Although that said, the biggest fucking donation we've ever got on the channel was from... in one go. I should say Macmillan holds the record for the most amount of money donated to the channel, hands down. But the biggest donation we've got in one go was $1,000 Like, that was 2 years ago at this point. Apocalypse, when did we get $1,000 again? True. This is true, Macmillan. Don't earn more money to you than I earn in 9 months. Don't we all have special place in that channel? I mean, how? Archeal, I mean, special place? Yes, but then there's special places. And you can't really not give someone who has given... I think it's almost... It's probably almost $3,000+ at this point. In just the last 5-6 months, maybe. I mean, you kind of have to agree that is fucking amazing. That went big dick, then disappeared. He's still on Patreon. Like, he still every single month gives $50 on Patreon. He downloads my videos actually and watches them offline. I think his job keeps him stupid busy, so he literally doesn't have time to ever make it to the streams. Oh shit, dangerous. Bro, you don't have to worry about that. 20 is fucking plenty. 20 is plenty. So thank you for that. Kidney stones, I've heard, is insane. But my best friend in college, his father would have kidney stones, and literally they would be standing next to each other at the urinal taking a piss, right? And he would hear the kidney stones coming out of his father. Like, literally, as it's hitting the urinal, you can hear the kidney stones, and his dad didn't even flinch. It was like, meh. You know, he's pissing out stones right now. It's good. It's all fucking good. Like, that is hardcore. Holy shit. Macmillan, thank you so much for the 10 community subs. I really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are fucking nuts. No, Kaki, you can't say you told me. You said he donate 100 gifted subs to the channel. He donated 10. That's not I told you. What a time to stop by. Alex, how you doing, bro? Yeah, Macmillan is going big dick right now. Him and Dangerous. How you doing, Alex? Oh, Alex, I have some videos for you, by the way. I have some videos that I need to upload. There's no rush on these, by the way. I'll do the intros for you tomorrow. There's no rush. You can do these tomorrow. Oh, and then our next... I need to make the next sponsored video as well. I'm just gonna upload these. You'll see there's 2 of them, Alex. There's 2. There's one that's 19 minutes and 52 seconds. Actually, what I'll do is... I can't remember what they were about. I think this one was about domination magic. So we'll say domination part 1. And then we'll go domination part 2. Domination part 2. And then this one was about... the first one's corrupted Azeroth. All right, yeah, I think I named them correctly. There we go. All right, they're uploading now. I kind of get the vibe that domination magic may be arcane in origin. Rhino's Den, I actually think... Apocalypse, thank you for 100 bits. I really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Incorporated.
I actually think domination magic... You'll have to wait for the next video. We'll be uploading this video probably next week sometime. But in the next video, I will tell you what I think domination magic is. But basically, I think it's a collection of all of the cosmological forces. Can you see how many people in here are subs and how many to get everyone in here a sub? Dangerous? I don't know if I can see it. I wonder if the mods can. The mods might be able to. I don't think I can. I could probably try and see if... Let's see. Users in chat. I don't know if it shows it under users. No. No. I have no idea. Apocalypse, do you think there's a way to see that? I don't think so. I do know there's a ton of people in it, but... Dangerous. Thank you so much for the 10 community subs. Did really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are you guys trying to get the Skamar strain going? 'Cause I don't think it can work. I've technically disabled the Skamar strain. You can't disable it, but I've made it near impossible to trigger. Because that Skamar strain was driving me fucking nuts. Can we get some love in chat for both Dangerous and for Macmillan? And when I say love in chat, I mean fucking proper. I want to see some spam of emotes. Rhino's Dane, thank you for the 5 community subs. I really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are far too fucking kind. It's time to calm down. You guys are putting pressure on me to make this a much better show than what I think I have the capability to make. Like, if you guys keep donating like this, I'm gonna feel like I can't deliver. It's too much pressure. We got 45 subs right now. I think we got mostly everyone. It should be everyone, yeah. It should be most people. Unfortunately, gifted subs don't necessarily sort of... What the fuck? Holy shit. Chaos Potato, thank you so much for the sub. Did really fucking appreciate that. 25 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that was the one that started the Skamar strain. What the fuck? New sub, thank you so much for the community sub. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, wait. Did we just skip? Macmillan, what the fuck are you doing? You guys do realize we skipped the entire level 1? We just went straight to level 5 Skamar strain. Do you guys realize that? Guys, later, how you doing? Macmillan, thank you so much for another 5 community subs, dude. It is very much appreciated. Now I'm totally done for the month, for real. I'm gonna fucking hold you to that. Can I get everyone in chat right now? If Macmillan comes again to the chat, it is our duty to tell him no. I tell you what, Macmillan, if you donate another sub this month, I'm not gonna thank you. So there's no point in doing it. I will not give you a shout out. None. So there's no point. You're not allowed to do it. Motherfucker. Alright, this is putting a lot of pressure on me. Pumonkey with 25 community subs. Pumonkey, thank you so much for the 25 community subs. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome to everyone that has just joined the Fat Fuckers Club. Really very much appreciate it. As long as you don't ban me. I don't think I can ban you, Macmillan. The mods would never allow it. So even if I tried, the mods would just unban you immediately. Getting more subs than Asman. I'm pretty sure that's not true. Give us a good D&D tomorrow. That's up to Apocalypse. That's not my job. My job is just to be there and try to kill Kamikins.
You look like you've lost some weight.
Apocalypse, thank you so much for the bits, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This might be one of our biggest hype trains ever. We've got a 697% hype train. I think this is one of our biggest ever. Ace, how you doing, bro? We've beaten level 5 with almost 700%. It's fucking crazy. I think it is the biggest we've ever. I think the last one we did was something like 500 or something percent. So are you on the NA server now? Papa Shango, thank you so much for the prime subs. Really fucking appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. What's more bonkers to me is the fact that we skipped the level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. We just went straight to the level 5 hype train. Like, just skipped over it completely. Triple One, how you doing, bro? What was I? There was someone asked the question and I was busy answering it and then I got fucking completely relayed. Who asked the last question that I didn't answer? Oh, Nusa. Nusa, what did you ask again? Because I completely forgot now. Oh, I'm not in America, as in I don't live in America yet, but I do play on America.
have a dumpling.
Apocalypse, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are far too kind. I really appreciate each and every one of you. And every single one of your donations, your gifted subs, it all goes to making the channel just a little bit better. It allows me to pay Alex. It will eventually allow me to get another editor in to do even more work and get even more shit going. So the money that you guys give absolutely goes straight back into the channel, just to make it even better. Tio Curse Clan, how you doing, bro? I haven't been on EU for a very long time. I literally play on NA. That's basically become my main server now. I don't know why. I'm just enjoying the hunter very much.
You look like you've lost some weight.
Lassie is Babby. Thank you for the 200 bits. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, was that free? I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm no longer druid as well. Now an orc warrior. I am enjoying my hunter. I'm on Arthas NA.
You look like you've lost some weight.
That's terrible.
Apocalypse, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm on Arthas NA. I don't know if that's the best horde server. Zucchini, how you doing? Thank you very much for the 10 bits. Really appreciate that.
Good evening, all.
How's everyone doing tonight? Apart from me, of course, who's fucking buzzing because we got an insane amount of subs just now. And you guys have earned those emotes, so I hope you enjoy them. Gods, I wish I could stay to return in an hour. Oh, shit. Periscopic. You have to go? Arkil, you really have COVID? Do you really have fucking COVID? I bet you don't. Apocalypse, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, you really have it? How are you feeling? Because I've known with my daughter. That's nice, Ace. Are you guys doing anything special or just sort of hanging out? My test 2 days ago and I'm positive, almost normal. My dad has had it twice now. Both times he's just been really tired. My stepmother has had it once. Also just very tired. Sort of wanted to sleep quite a bit. Periscopic, are you going? Thank you so much for hanging out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, man. And hopefully I'll see you a little bit later. I don't know of many people that's had it, to be quite honest with you. Zucchini, thank you for the gifted sub. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated, Zucchini. By the way, how's the house coming, Zucchini? I got really feverish and sick December 2019 when COVID was being talked about. I don't know if I had it, but I was sick for like 3 weeks. I'm 24, by the way. Leviticus, I think I had it as well right in the beginning. Because I got sick for like a week, just very weirdly, like weird timing, not when you should get sick at all. So I'm assuming that was COVID, but I've never had myself tested. I don't really give a shit. They're doing vaccine rollouts at the moment, and I'm too fucking lazy to go. I don't have anything against the vaccine. Like, if they come to my house and they go, hold out your arm, I'll be like, all right. But if I have to go somewhere to get it, I'm just like, I'll get it at some point and then it'll be fine. So, you know, because there's 2 ways to get vaccinated. One is to get the disease and the other one is to get them to inject you with it. So, you know, for me, it's just too much hassle. I'll just stay at my house. Luckily in South Africa, it's not mandatory. So my government has already said no one will be forced to get the vaccine. So that's pretty good. Today we had been concrete floors done at living part, only left for later garage and cellar. Nice, Zucchini. Had fever going up and down. My lowest was 35 and max only 38. Zucchini, I want to see the inside of your house, by the way. Chills, cold sweats, now coughing, muscle pains, etc., but nothing like, wow, I'm so sick. I sleep much, but I'm tank. If I need, I will just death strike and regenerate. Arkil, that's how it works, isn't it? I was in the house with 3 infected people and got tested 4 times and didn't get it. Holy shit. Talk about dodging. Like, that is fucking pro level dodging. You usually get a fever for a couple of days during beginning of November, but that's it. I've never been sick outside of that window. You'll get it if you leave the country. Nah. Then I won't leave the country. I mean, it's too far anyways. I have a rule. I never leave my house for anywhere that's more than 5 minutes away from my house. So unless they can bring America, like 5 minutes away from my house, I'm not leaving. Just give me a mint when it's done. Like when the cupboards are in and shit like that. I'm O+ as well, Newsar. Have you ever wondered if this COVID thing might be a lie? I don't think the disease is a lie. I mean, it's real. I've known people that's had it. I just think there's been a gross over reaction to it in many ways. Because the more studies we have coming in now, the more we see that it doesn't really matter. Like the countries that didn't shut down at all, like Sweden, and the countries that shut down a lot, the numbers are the same. Like, it doesn't seem as if lockdowns did fucking anything to stop the disease in any way, shape, or form. Healthcare workers are lying? No, I don't think anyone's lying. Virus exists, but reaction was too high for sure. I think people overreacted completely. I think in 100 years, they're gonna laugh at us. Everyone can believe what they want to believe. I follow the rules because they are the rules. You know, that's just how it is. And also, if I have to wear a fucking mask to make sure that some old person doesn't get it and die, that is literally a very small price to pay to make sure that someone else doesn't get it and die, right? So I don't care about that. I think that's fine. But I do think in 100 years from now, people are going to look back at this time in history and they're going to laugh. All these people that think they're so brave in doing all these lockdowns are going to be seen as morons. But for the most part, lockdowns help death rate year and decay. That's it. I think I would do a video, but on YouTube, but it's hidden, of course, as link only to see. Zucchini, I'd love to see it. Get it? You just won't feel it, so you can still be a carrier. I'm O+ and got corona. I mean, you will still get it, right? O+ just seems to be more resistant to it. So it does appear that people in the O+ blood type, when they get it, they don't get as sick as other blood types, but they still get it. So, you know. Can you carry shopping bags with mask on? Yeah. Triple one, of course. I do it all the time.
You look like you've lost
I mean,
weight.
you know. Ojo Apocalypse, thank you for the 100 bits. Really fucking appreciate that.
11
11 p.m.
to 2 a.m. tomorrow. Don't forget to sleep in late.
I probably won't be able to sleep in late, but I will be awake for it. So it's not a problem. I don't want to fuck up this sleep schedule. I'm actually enjoying being awake during the day. I get a lot more work done. To follow their guidelines and they call the police. I don't feel sorry for said person at all. So I personally think a lot of these things could have been done on a voluntary basis. I think if you told the public that, listen here, there is a disease, there is a virus, these are the things that you could do to keep yourself safe. I think the vast majority of people would have done them. Right now, you're seeing a large blowback because people don't want to be forced to do things, which is very human. Humans don't like being forced into things. I am the same. I hate the force. If you just asked me, I would have done it gladly. The fact that I'm being forced makes me want to go, fuck you. I won't, right? And just lick a bunch of people. I won't do that because that would be disgusting. But still, I think if you just asked people, more people would have done it. Voluntarily, people wouldn't have given a shit. But yeah, I get a little bit triggered when I see these people standing outside of shops screaming at the shop owners because the shop owners tell them you have to wear a mask in my store, and then going, this is my freedom, this is my country, you know, I'm an American, freedom. No, the shop belongs to the shop owner. Your freedom means absolutely fuck all inside his shop. It is his shop. I'm all for liberty and freedom, but his shop is his shop. If you don't want to follow his rules, you need to go to a different shop. But your freedom ends where my nose begins. And when I own a shop, it's my fucking shop. It's part of my nose, right? And therefore, you don't get to just enter it and be angry if I want you to do something. So that sort of pisses me off. To make out with Savannahs, I do that gladly. I'll take one for the team there. Germany, land where they are more concerned with male to female ratio of trees than 50% taxes on paychecks. Stringent laws just have much higher rates. True, but the problem is that it's not the store rules. We stand on our pride too much. This pandemic shows that. It's disgusting to think that a mask infringes on freedom. Utterly laughable. Last year's Babby, it's so people don't understand that argument. The argument isn't that the mask infringes upon freedom. The argument is that being forced to wear the mask is infringing on freedom, and that is true, right? If you are forced into anything, you are no longer free, right? If I ask you to wear a mask and you wear the mask, I'm not forcing you to wear the mask. However, if I force you to wear the mask, you are no longer free not to wear the mask. Thereby, it is physically infringing upon your freedom. Because you no longer have a choice, you are forced into it, and you are forced into it by gunpoint. I'm 24-year-old and super healthy, literally the local amateur boxing champ, but Corona fucked me up. Could hardly breathe and cried myself to sleep. Kildana, you should have stopped crying and you would have been fine. No, I know of a lot of people. I actually know of a guy who was 24, marathon athlete, and he died from COVID, so it does affect everyone differently, but that's the same for every disease. So I really wouldn't mind to have Jaina by my side now. Could go anywhere without any touching, with any contact, and also free. I mean, I feel like being teleported would have a weird effect. Enough. How you doing, bro? I'm very good. Thank you very much for asking. Telling you have to wear a mask in my store is not forced though either. The grey, but that's a different story, right? As I already conceded on that point. If a shop forces you to wear a mask inside the shop, that is fine. Because it is the shop owner's shop, and therefore he is allowed to make the rules as he wants. When a government forces you to wear a mask, that's a whole different story. The government isn't allowed to force you. Because the government doesn't own any private property. It's not the government's property, it is the people's property, and therefore the government cannot physically force people to do anything unless, of course, they overstep their bounds. So I am 100% with you. If a shop owner says wear a mask, you better fucking wear your mask. It's the shop owner's shop, right? Or by extension, the managers or employees of the shop. When the government does it, it's like, why are my servants telling me what to do? That's sort of weird. Right? It's like, for example, if you're the boss of a business and your workers are telling you what to do, something's not quite right, you know? Real quick, I don't think Rune Carver isn't the Primus. I think Carver is one of the Primus's soldiers, and Zuval is extracting his memories to find out where the Primus is to take his key. I think you're the one who mentioned that the Primus can see future, etc. And he saw how Zuval is taking his key and went into hiding. I don't think Draka is the key. Kaki Capro, I can see that. I can see that. All right, Kildana, thank you for trying out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, bro. I found the keys and Draka doesn't have one. She is the one to find it. Well, of course, unless Jaina has to buy the reagents for teleports each time, that won't be for free anymore. I mean, the reagents haven't been a thing for a while now. Oh, the Beastathon. I have very unpopular opinions about very many things in this world, mainly because I disagree with everyone. about almost everything. So I'm alright with people calling me names and shit. I don't give a fuck, right? But luckily, most of my viewers, and I'll say most, like 95% of my viewers, at least the ones that matter, know how to have an argument where we can go our separate ways, agreeing to disagree and still be friends about it. The ones who can't do that is better, you know, they're better not being here, because they're not going to be here for long anyways. What do you think about playing games on stream that are old as fuck? You know, I wouldn't mind. Which games did you have in mind? So there's reagents as an excuse to not raise people out of Acons. But like, does the people still believe you? But unlike everyone else, you are respectful of others and understand debating over shouting down. I'll never shout at anyone, because I don't think you learn anything by shouting, right? And I don't believe that I know everything, right? I have opinions, and I'm more than happy for my opinions to be challenged by my viewers, because that makes life interesting. I think the second I start screaming at people going, no, you're wrong, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, I've already lost the plot, right? At that point, I'm already wrong. I think it's important to listen to what others have to say, state your opinion, state it clearly, and then if someone else has a better opinion or a better fact to your opinion, then it's necessary for you to change your mind. I will say there is something wonderful about having others not breathing down my neck in line, and I can mouth cuss them out with a mask. Leslie's baby, I'd say I agree with that. I don't agree to disagree with you, Akko, because I agree with 90% of the things you say. I'm happy to hear that. Popular at the beginning. Let's get to the lore, baby. The Beastathon, we've already done 2 lore theories. I don't have one right now. I might think of something a little bit further down the line, but I don't have one right away. The ones who can't do that are probably from Asmongold's chat, toxic people. I don't think people from Asmongold's chat is automatically awful people. I know a bunch of people. I myself is in Asmongold's chat quite often. I love his fucking streams. And, I mean, yeah, I don't think there's anything bad. I appreciate how respectful you are when discussing opinions. Lassie's baby, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I think respect is the least you can do, right? Respect people until they give you a reason not to. And also, I think it depends on what you want to do, right? If you go into an argument thinking you have all the answers, then you're going to be an ignorant little cunt. And by being that, you're going to remain stupid for the rest of your life. I think the best way to be is to be open-minded and know that you don't know everything and admit that to yourself, right? Especially when it comes to things like this. No one can know everything, and there's no way for me to know what I don't know. So it's better to give my opinion and then listen to what everyone else has to say, because someone else might have a better grasp of the situation than what I have. Also, I know we've already talked about this, but I think death itself is controlling Zaval with domination magic, like Zaval is controlling Anduin. Maybe death comes from the actual realm of death and is being jailed. Kaki Kapro, but yeah, we've spoken about that at length, right? But I do agree to some extent, although that is just another theory. The Beastathon, how you doing, bro? Can I ask about one of your theories? Of course you can. You mentioned before that the Pantheon and the Dragon aspects are barely connected. Yet, doesn't Mirazond yell in his death, "You know not what you have done, Amanthul, what I have seen"? The Beastathon, remember, they're not... Okay, so the connection that I was talking about isn't the lack of connection from the side of the dragons. The dragon aspects are very much aware of who the Titans are. They know that the Titans are sort of an indirect reason for their creation, right? So they know who the Titans are. The point was more that the Titans don't really give a shit about them. The Titans made them to protect Azeroth, and that was the extent of the creation of the Dragonflights. There is very little else between the Titans and the Dragonflights. Does that make sense? In a literal sense, we are all ignorant, and it's good to understand and accept them. True. You rarely would disagree with me because we are both filthy libertarians, just going for freedom and leave me alone as long as it don't hurt anyone. Arkill, true. I am, well, I'm actually no longer just a libertarian. I've sort of changed that as well. What happened with Isilith? I'm getting a DM from Isilith now. Huh. That's weird. I'm a nationalist, but should people confuse nationalism with Nazism? Think about we kill Sylvanas. Sorry about that, guys. No. I got a DM from someone that was very weird. Stop harassing me earlier, but that's it. We'll just see. We'll see what he says. Think about we kill Sylvanas with Tyrande and Jailer, do some domination magic with Tyrande to get another key. I don't want to kill Sylvanas, Orion. I'd prefer if we do not kill Sylvanas. Let's leave that plan. Let's not go with that plan. I don't like that plan. I've watched your video about Sylvanas at next patch. My opinion about that, we faced Sylvanas and we killed her at that fight. But the matter is more than we kill or not to kill her, more like how we kill or not kill her. I don't think she's going to die. Like, my personal opinion is I don't think she's going to die. There's no way Blizzard kills her. I mean, how even do you go about doing that? But just to my previous point, Arkill, so I've actually now gone more to the side of anarchist. I want to see Sylvanas die in a cinematic to see your reaction, and then last second JK. I would be legit sad. That's the reaction that you would see. A legitimate sadness. A life back for her great deeds and make her the leader of the Night Owls. Sylvanas' waifu. 100% agree with that. The Shadowlands won't change if she dies, in my opinion. No. I mean, they've basically already given us the answer to it, right? They've already told us that she's not dying. So the fact that people think she's going to die is sort of weird to me, because they themselves told us that the Shadowlands will not, or she will not be dying. Hamburger, how you doing, bro? No. I get where that theory originates from, because people are looking at H.P. Lovecraft's universe, looking at Azathoth, and Azathoth being one of the outer gods who lies at the center of the universe, dreaming or reality. Azathoth obviously very close to Azeroth, and therefore if Azathoth and the H.P. Lovecraft universe is very much based on the old gods of World of Warcraft, then clearly Azathoth and Azeroth must be so closely connected that Azeroth herself must also be in some way an old god. The problem with that is Azeroth shares none of the traits of an old god. Also, the fact that there are other old gods on Azeroth suggests that she is definitely not one of them. They are inspiration, not copies. I agree to disagree. Or a Void Lord? I don't think she's a Void Lord either. Please borrow from other sources. They don't straight out plagiarize. Yeah, they would have borrowed, but they would not have used it in that sense. I think Azathoth was just a cool name, and they just sort of changed it to Azeroth, and that was it, right? But I don't think Azeroth is an old god. It would be sort of weird if Azeroth was. Like, I would feel very weird if Azeroth was. hero to go away that way. Too old to trying to salvage others. Still think Jaina is a Dreadlord? Why, Enoch? Why do you think Jaina is a Dreadlord? It's fair, I can't 100% rule it out, but it's unlikely. True. I mean, anything can happen, right? We don't know what the direction is that Blizzard wants to take the story in. Blizzard can do anything. She could become an old god or even a Void Lord. And there's literally no way for us to know until such time that it happens. Yeah, but I don't think Jaina is. Blizzard have had more than enough opportunities to sort of reveal Jaina being a Dreadlord, and they've never done it. I genuinely do not believe that Jaina is a Dreadlord. No, I can't go along with that. If she is creation, then it's also possible all of these forces find their ancestry in her. Rhinos Dane, wait for my video because we've discussed that. There's a video coming next week sometime, which will sort of lay out over the course of 20 minutes what I think Azeroth is and how Azeroth and the other cosmological forces fit into it. Wait, why do you hate Jaina? I mean, I get not necessarily liking her, but hating is a bit strong. How not killing Sylvanas will affect Shadowlands? I mean, what is your opinion about the way of not killing her is more impactful? Like, bind her to the maw instead of jail her, or banish her into a different realm? Or first one's pocket dimensions? Orion, if they kill Sylvanas, nothing in the Shadowlands changes. If they banish Sylvanas, nothing in the Shadowlands changes. If they bind Sylvanas, nothing in the Shadowlands changes. The only time something in the Shadowlands changes is if she lives. That's the only time, because with Sylvanas' death, banishment, or other, the jailer still gets fundamentally weaker. However, if she lives, it means that we have some kind of setback, right? And the jailer gets stronger. I think what's more important, or what's more likely, is Sylvanas convinces us that we are on the wrong side. Nosvengeance suggests to me that the elements will manipulate the Horde, and the Void fallen from light will manipulate the Alliance. Rexar plus Shaw being a boss in the Visions raises separate questions. Interesting thought, Hamburger. The return of the unseen guests. They got some ties to Korthia. We haven't killed an end boss of a raid since Gahoon. I don't think we're gonna, like, we've never lost, right? We've never lost in a fight. Like, we've had fights before where the end boss sort of gets away, right? Or we wound the end boss and then we take them prisoner. But have we ever lost in a fight? Well, no, we didn't technically lose against Arthas or against Argus, because the end result of the fight still worked out in our favor. So we got help from the forces that was there, but we still managed to win at the end. Yeah, we did die. I'm talking about lost, as in at the end of the fight, we are beaten down, not killed, beaten down, and then made to listen. That has never happened to us. So that, to me, would be a fucking cool way to end a fight. We need to start losing at some point. Ian said in 2017 at BlizzCon that we've always won, but what if that is at an end, right? It wasn't a BlizzCon, it was a Gamescom in Germany, right? Ian said that, you know, every single expansion we've always won, but what if we start losing now? What if we start losing now? Right? That was from Ian himself. And we still haven't seen this losing bit come into it. Burnt goat tire, we can. If the expansion is going to change trajectory very abruptly. We can lose if the idea of the expansion is to change direction very quickly, very abruptly, and everything we've done up until halfway in the expansion actually now goes in a whole different direction. We push them back, banish them, but most are out there still, and we are complacent and false victory. Yeah, but we still win in that we save whatever needs to be saved. Wasn't here to vote, but saw it on your video. +1 Eternal One, Team Eternals. Wait, Giant Rat Guy, you're on the side of the Eternal Ones. I would love a World of Warcraft expansion where we become sort of quote-unquote the God Killers. I would fucking love that. I think it would be so cool to go out in a blaze of glory fighting the gods. Like, can you imagine that? Like, how fucking cool would that be? Quickly want to check my load shedding schedule. I can't fucking, for the life of me, I don't remember the schedule, but I don't think I'm off again today. Oh, I'm off. Yeah, I'm off tomorrow morning only. So that's good. God of War X back, but I mean, can anyone see a different outcome for World of Warcraft? Like, is there anyone right now that sees a different outcome for World of Warcraft than one where we go about killing all of the gods? Because these gods have made it very clear they don't give a shit about us, right? They couldn't care less about us. So how do we live in a world where these gods do not kill us? Or try to kill us at least? Do you think the jailer might actually get the interest on us as players? I mean, we are like the titans of the first ones, no? Digit, I don't think we're titans of the first ones. What actually changes if Zaval wins? Well, we don't know what happens if Zaval wins, but I don't think Zaval will win. I think Sylvanas is playing a whole different game. Can someone give me an example of a foot soldier from the Disorder plane? Those would be the normal demons, Hamburger. They would most likely be the foot soldiers. I'd still play it, but I would hate the story. Why? How the gods kill? Papa Shango, how you doing, bro? Azeroth blows up. The Horde and the Alliance does what the old Horde did by invading a new planet. But that would be WoW 2.0, right? That would be WoW 2. And I don't know if Blizzard is... I think it's going to be years before Blizzard even thinks about doing a WoW 2. I'm a Blood Elf troll. Don't come from Titans. Okay, let's say children of the first ones. Yes. Okay, children of the first ones I will take, Digit. It would fit into the Greek, heavy Greek vibes. Maybe we release a bigger power. Greek Titans, parents of the gods. To combat the gods, Titans of WoW, who shackled them. That's sort of, by the way, Rhino's Dane, that's why I believe what I believe. That is why I believe it. Because I think a lot of World of Warcraft is very much sort of shaped around Greek mythology. And I can see that happening. I can 100% see Blizzard going in that direction. I actually like the sound of that. Azeroth sending us to kill gods so she can finally wake up. Why do we call them gods? If they were truly gods, we would never get this far. Just powerful beings from ancient races, but there is always something higher. There is no gods, just the forces guiding the factions. Well, in a fantasy world, that is a god, right? So, for example, not even Zeus was quote-unquote omnipresent, right? They still would need to be fixated and in a specific place in order to do things. So that would still be classified as a god because they're still more powerful. Yeah, I don't see WoW 2. Like, the only way I can see WoW 2 ever being a thing is if WoW 1 fails. Like, I genuinely don't see a WoW 2 anywhere near the future of World of Warcraft. What is your favorite cosmological force, though? Death or Void? The Beastathon. It's between Death or Void. In God of War, gods are just empowered immortals, really. All I know is I just watched the Anima Grind Kotaku video. They can all just fuck right off. Dangerous, I agree with you. You mean the Polygon video, where they're making up shit? Like, literally making shit up to be angry about. Like, alright. Something needs to change, because they have moved the story so far outside of just our little horde versus ally type of thing. The Loa and WoW are... I agree with that, Mary. Just by the way, something definitely has to change. The Loa and WoW are also similar to Greek gods in that their power level is directly related to their level of worship. True. We need a definition, but that's not just Greek mythology. There's a lot of mythological worlds in which if a god isn't worshipped, they sort of get less and less powerful. Oh, Beastathon, what was your question? Just curious, what is your favorite cosmology? Oh, I said Death and Void. Beastathon? Do you think maybe WoW 2 is a new timeline? Like something changes in all patches and everything changes a new path? Dark Bavna, I've thought about that and I don't think that could work. For WoW 2 to work, you would need a completely new story. WoW 2 cannot take place on Azeroth. If WoW 2 is to succeed, it would need an entirely new world with an entirely new story, new planets, new cosmos. I genuinely don't think... because if you are going to do a WoW 2 on Azeroth, you may as well just continue doing WoW 1. Do you have thoughts on the Azeroth demise mob being a Genesaur in Throne of Antorus? I don't really. Back in the day, I'm trying to remember what I thought back in the day, because I made tons of videos on that. But it's been years since I thought about that even. I'm trying to remember what I said at the time. Oh, at the time I literally just said, if we lost in that raid, that creature would most likely make its way to Azeroth to bring about its demise. Who doesn't like the graphics for World of Warcraft? I don't think the world is going to get a revamp in a single expansion. I also hope that if Blizzard ever does revamp the world, they do it intelligently this time around. I think any revamp of the world needs to be far more neutral. The problem that they had with the revamp in Cataclysm is it told the entire world, now told the story of Cataclysm. The problem is, once Cataclysm was over, that story was over as well. So you're legitimately now you're playing through a story that's already concluded in the grand scheme of things. So the next if Blizzard ever changes the world, if they ever revamp the world, it needs to be neutral. It needs to be an evergreen story that ties the whole world together. Otherwise, they may as well just fucking leave it, because even if they revamp the world, it will only be good for one expansion until that expansion is over, and then it's over, right? Then it becomes boring again. When I first started, I didn't like how cartoony they were. After getting into it and seeing how other games looked, I quickly realized it was pretty good. I've always loved the cartoon element of World of Warcraft. I mean, holy fuck, you are a hunter and the models of the pets are still fecal. I love WoW's graphics. They're cool, but if they use Unreal 5 for some clients and perfect PC, it will be perfect, and you choose for normal graphics like now or like Unreal 5. Dark Bavna, I don't think they could do that. I don't know if you could actually run a game on two different engines, first and foremost. Also, I think the problem with realistic graphics is age, right? Every single game, go back and play a game that had amazing fucking graphics at the time of launch and look at it 5 to 6 years down the road, and you see how dated that game has gotten. It looks horrible. Nothing's really beautiful anymore. The better your graphics, or the more realistic your graphics, the worse the aging process of those graphics. However, World of Warcraft doesn't have bad graphics, right? World of Warcraft is done very specifically, very stylized, right? That's what WoW is. It's a stylized graphic type. And so it's very similar in this regard to, for example, it's very similar to something like League of Legends that also uses a stylized graphic where the graphic isn't meant to look realistic, so it can last much longer. Now, the graphics for World of Warcraft isn't actually 2 decades old. Every single expansion, the graphics in World of Warcraft gets updated quite significantly. If you don't believe me, look at your frame rates, right? Go back to a vanilla zone. Look at your frame rates and then go to one of the new zones and look at your frame rates there. And then tell me why there's that big of a discrepancy. Steve Fat Casual, thank you for the Prime sub. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, the fact of the matter is, the graphics gets better with every single expansion. You get better and better fucking graphics, right? The graphics in Shadowlands, for example, looks amazing compared to the graphics of some of the first zones ever made. It's higher detail, but the graphics is a very big choice. We've actually spoken to Terran Gregory about this, so about Blizzard's willingness to upgrade the graphics, and Terran Gregory himself confirmed the way World of Warcraft looks is a choice. They've chosen that. They want things to look that way. It's not because they're lazy or because the engine can't handle better graphics or anything like that. That's how they want WoW to look. To give you small examples, do you guys know that the movement in World of Warcraft isn't done with motion cap? The characters running and the characters like hitting with swords and things, it's not done with mocap in World of Warcraft. Every other game is done with mocap. Because mocap is easier. You simply capture how someone runs and then you just enter that. With World of Warcraft, every single character in the game, every race, the running animation, the fighting animations, every animation is literally handmade by the artists of World of Warcraft. It takes far longer to do, but it's what allows them to have different walking animations, different running animations, different fighting animations for every single one of the races, is because they design them from the ground up to look unique in every single way. So the graphics in World of Warcraft is on purpose. It's not accidental. It's not because they're lazy or because they haven't had time or because they want to but they can't, right? Is it given? At least I believe so. There's definitely going to be a dragon expansion. There has to be. All I want is to make the NPC item models just as good as the Shadowland models. More pixels is what I want. I don't know if like what you're talking about is almost, yeah, you are talking about the old graphics, right? So the graphics from the older zones. And while I agree that is something that Blizzard probably wants to upgrade, you have to sort of weigh that against the cost benefit, right? How much would it cost to do that in terms of time and effort and in terms of content not being made versus the benefit of it? And I think once you put it that way, it makes sense why Blizzard doesn't do it. I would like some more dark fantasy. That hero fantasy, you getting always the best and always winning is boring already. Akron, so I'm waiting for us to lose something, to need to sacrifice something to see story much darker. While I would love that, I think it is sometimes very difficult to do in a game. I do think we are going there, but I think losing in a game can feel very bad if it's not done absolutely perfectly. But I would agree with you, Arkil. That is something that I wouldn't mind seeing. But those older graphics tell the story of WoW, in my opinion, where we came from. Mary, but we have now actual pristine zones that tell the story of World of Warcraft, right? So we don't necessarily need those stories to be told in our games. We need a spell plague and WoW, no magic, all sticks and rocks next expansion. That'd be a nice loss. As someone who has a main warlock that's been my main for years and years and years at this point, I genuinely don't agree with anything you just said, Lectos. I never want to see magic go anywhere. In fact, I think every character in the game should just become a warlock, and we should all just have magic. That's sort of what I would like to see. Myself, either as a druid, it'd just be funny. Funny, yes. Triggering, absolutely. Funny to see the blowback from that would be, it would be fucking hilarious to see the amount of people getting triggered as hell, right? And it would be funny if Blizzard released in the next expansion, every character lost their magic, but then they have a patch like a week later that sort of enables all the magic again. But just for funsies, they turn off all magic, and now all of a sudden everyone just has to hit with their staffs and their wands and shit. I think it would be funny to see the outrage from people as that happens, but I wonder how many people would cancel their subscription, because people can't take a joke these days, right? So if Blizzard did that, they would probably piss off so many people. Creeps out the teachers? No, warlocks are just mages who wanted to be more powerful and then got more powerful. Do farm magic points with a weekly cap. They need to bring wands back. I want a tank hunter. I want a tank warlock. It just makes sense to me that tanks would be able to be warlocks. Like warlocks would be able to be tanks. When Azeroth wakes up, they say we all die. I think we don't, since I don't think we die. Exist in the first place. We will just disappear out of thin air. So yeah, if for some people that's dying, then yes. No, Giant Rat Guy, why would we just disappear? Also, why do people think we will die? Cask, how you doing, bro? They need to make that magic-free idea a battleground. Rather than the end, and yes, we all die. I like to see it as a new beginning rather than an end. Azeroth would wake up and reset everything. If she is a titan of reality creation, although the Chronicles makes her more of a warrior, perhaps, I'm not sure, because they say she should be stronger than Sargeras. But that doesn't answer my question, Giant Brat Guy. You made me read your entire message, and it didn't answer my question. It doesn't actually. No, it's not as self-explanatory as you think. My question is, why would we die? And your comment does not answer that question. Why, if she wakes up, would we die? Terran should leak a fake cinematic before 9.2. We see the Ouroboros rescues being shady, and Thrall goes to murder Garrosh. Gets deaded, but it turns out that Thrall is a Dreadlord. Then the actual reveal, and Thrall still live. I think with unlimited resources, troll cinematics like that would be amazing. I don't think that would be the case, though. Giant Rat Guy, but we already know that we're not her dream. At least I don't think we're her dream. No, I don't think we die. If Azeroth wakes up, she just wakes up, and now we just no longer have a Titan living in our planet. But I don't think Azeroth waking up destroys us or kills us in any way, shape, or form. We just no longer have a Titan living in our planet. The Shadowlands and all these other systems are how they keep her from returning to the ether. It's as good an example, or as good a theory as any. Azathoth dreams reality. I can see the relations. Out of the mouse, the problem with that is that would be a direct copy, which could create problems. I don't know if the H.P. Lovecraft universe is actually in fair use or public domain. I don't think so. I don't think H.P. Lovecraft's universe is in public domain. I think you still have to buy a license. And that would put Azeroth literally directly as Azathoth with literally just a single name change, which would be very boring and sort of lazy on Blizzard's part to just literally make her Azathoth, but just change the name to Azeroth. If she wakes up, she stops dreaming. Are you sure about that? So that you have no dreams you chase? Parascopic, welcome back, dude. Are we talking how Azeroth rates reality? We're talking about everything, basically. I don't like direct copies. Direct copies are very boring and definitely I don't think worth doing. They should definitely not be doing direct copies. I've always been a fan of Blizzard's ability to borrow from other universes and other games and sort of make it their own. But Blizzard have never stolen ideas, right? They'll borrow it and then they'll change it. The best example I have of this is a dungeon that was or a battleground that was introduced in Rift, where you would capture this orb, and then whichever team could hold the orb for the longest would win. And then Blizzard copied that idea, made it their own, instead made 4 orbs, and you have to hold the orb in the middle of the arena of the battleground, and it became a very fun battleground for people to do and to sort of be a part of. So Blizzard have always been masters of sort of lending something and then changing it completely to something that is really actually cool. Whereas if Azeroth is the one dreaming reality, then they're not lending anything, right? They're literally stealing the idea from H.P. Lovecraft and just now implementing it into World of Warcraft. And at this point, I don't know if there's a single WoW player that doesn't know who H.P. Lovecraft is. I'd be well surprised if anyone like that exists. Well surprised. I mean, anyone that's ever followed anything about the lore should know who H.P. Lovecraft is. At the very fucking least. Could be the cosmological bound dragonflights in Warcraft versus the purely evil chromatic dragons of D&D. True. I mean, D&D has been just as big of an influence on almost every game out there. So I can definitely see a lot of things being borrowed from D&D. I have a guildie who had never heard of Metzen. It's possible. Wait, really? Who the fuck plays WoW and has never heard about Metzen? Can someone care to fucking explain that? How? How? The fuck? How? How do you play WoW and you legitimately don't know about the god of World of Warcraft story? Like, mind fucking blown, bro. Beastathon, no. You are lying. Not a Metzen. You are lying, right? You are just trolling at this point. Garen Gaming, how you doing, bro? Okay, matey, what's up? Happy to see you in the purple site. Hey, I'm happy to be back, bro. Isn't Thrall voiced by Samwise Didier? I don't know who the voice actor is for Thrall right now, but Metzen did do it for a long time, if it still isn't him. But Metzen has been the voice of Thrall since the beginning. Nightwing, that's so weird. I never understand how people can play World of Warcraft and not care about the story. Like, it makes zero sense to me. Because in my opinion, World of Warcraft is made a million times better with the story. Wonder if all had something to do with Galakrond. So I don't follow the voice actors for World of Warcraft at all. It's part of my I don't follow actors in general. It's just one of those things. I couldn't give two fucks who voices what. I just know when the voice acting is good. But I know Mason have been the voice actor for Thrall for a long time. I also have rumors that suggest that Thrall isn't going to be around for a long time. Like, Thrall isn't going to be around at the end of Shadowlands. Same thing for Final Fantasy XIV. A lot of high-end raiders don't give any fucks about the story. How do you do that? How do you play a game and literally not care about the story? I will play a shitty game if it has a good story. But I will not play a game if it has a shitty story. Give me any game that has a great story and I will play it regardless of how good it is. But do not give me a game with a shit story, because then I just don't want to play it. The story is what grips me. In World of Warcraft, if you know the story, the game becomes infinitely deeper. Because suddenly, so much of what you're doing makes sense. Why am I in this dungeon? Why am I in this raid? Why is this creature here? What is happening in this world? These are things that I think it just adds to the game. Dark, absolutely agree with that. To pop meters and clear stuff. But even if you only do it to clear stuff, knowing the story of what it is that you're clearing have always made raiding more fun for me. It even adds breadth to the loot too. It does actually teach it. It adds depth to the entirety of the game, because everything starts to make sense. World of Warcraft does a tremendous job of tying everything into their game, right? So from loot to lighting to voice acting to voice lines, everything in the game is tied to the story. So by knowing the story, you sort of get a deeper understanding of all the things that's there and why those things are there. They have an animated Netflix adaptation. I mean, they did it for Dota, whose lore can only be seen in the game's glossary. The Beastathon. See, you used the magic word there. I'm not a big fan of animated stories, but I will say, if it's done in the same style as the CGI cinematics for WoW, yes, please. Yes, please. If it's done in a sort of anime style, no thank you. I probably would not watch. But it's the same for me with like the League of Legends stuff. Who here has watched the League of Legends cinematics? The Covenant's questline? I'm loving the Covenant shit. The League of Legends cinematics is just as fucking good. Is there anyone that hasn't seen the League of Legends cinematics? You've never seen the League of Legends shit? Alright, let me show you this. I need to show you this. This is beyond fucking cool. Well, let's just make another video live quickly here, because I forgot. All right, let's quickly go League of Legends cinematic. Which one am I gonna show you guys first? I might get fucking copyright striked because of this, but we'll see which one I'm gonna show you first. Let's start with, I think we'll start with New Dawn. Yeah, we'll start with New Dawn. Let's pause this. We'll start with New Dawn. By the way, these are the guys that's making the new MMO with Ghostcrawler at the helm. Pussy? I have no idea. What I fucking hate is that almost every single one of their cinematics makes Noxus lose. I don't understand why Noxus. By the way, this character is from Noxus. Trying to remember her name now, but for some, is it Katarina? No, I want to say Katarina, but for some reason I'm thinking it is Katarina. Yes. So Noxus, Draven, the other guy that you saw, the guy with the fucking spinning sort of blades or some shit, they're all from Noxus, right? And every single one of them, Noxus keeps losing, but Noxus is by far my favorite faction in the whole fucking Riot universe. Jesus. That would hurt a fuck that, bro. Hype this fuck, bro. Jesus. I hate when Noxes lose, bro. I fucking hate when Noxes lose. Alright, let's see. This is a new one. Well, old one, actually. I'll show you the new ones in a second. They get really fucking good. How was it trash? When was this? This was in 2013. Look at this. This is old as shit. 2013 cinematic. Oh shit. Knocked him. Fuck me. Alright. Alright. Why would you fight her? She's hot. Annie, fucking weirdest demon girl ever. Alright, let's get to the good cinematics here. Hold up. Let's get to the good cinematics. Let's not do the old ones. Let's quickly see here. This one is pretty fucking good. Yeah, let's look at this one. The Brithorn, what's up? Which one should I show? The fresh one. We'll do a WoW cinematic in a second, but we've watched the WoW cinematics for a long time. Like, we've watched them a million times. Is it a trailer? What the fuck? Yeah, we're watching... Zelena, how you doing? We're watching League of Legends trailers, but this is where the good ones start.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. You always knew that you'd be the one that would find out. You would let
Barcenta, how you doing?
awake at night and scared of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream.
Oh shit! Here we go, boys!
From the
I don't know why. Apocalypse, I do not understand why you would hate this. I genuinely don't understand why you would hate this. It is fucking brilliant.
The housing's loose again. What did you do to this thing?
You'll have it fixed by Mudtown. With currents and wind conditions, we can be there in 3 days. The mist should be leagues from here.
Well, it saved us a trip.
Senna?
Hey, we don't run from darkness.
We light the way.
You both got fucked.
You don't belong here.
I have crossed through death and ruination to get back to her. Return, my queen.
You will destroy this world.
She is my world.
We will watch it, Gaki. We'll watch the Thresh one in a second. You want to watch the Thresh one? It's this one, right? Which one is it? Or is it this one? The Lucian versus Thresh one. I can't remember which one it is. Not a story RPG. Now I'm mad. This is so cool. Zelena, they're busy making the MMO for it. And they're busy making an RPG for it. And they're busy making an animated series for it. So they're making a shit ton of things for it. Lucian's first one is amazing as well. Okay, so it's this one we want to watch. Green Cap, how you doing, bro? Thresh is the one with the lantern is Thresh. This is Lucian, and that's his wife Senna. Yeah, when you play the game, that lantern, you sort of use that lantern to collect souls. And the more souls you get, the more armor you gain. And so he basically gets stronger as he collects those souls. But he's more of a support character. Thresh is a pretty cool character to play. Although I don't like support. I enjoyed the time. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day, you could play Thresh ADC. That was sort of fucking stupidly overpowered. Like, his first hit would just one-shot people. I miss Thresh ADC. That was fun as fuck. She's a bigger dick than you. They still do that? Yeah, in ARAM they still do it, but I used to do it in Ranked Green Cup. So while playing Ranked, I would go Thresh ADC. That was funny as shit, dude. When you have two items, you're literally taking 70% of the guy's health with your first hit. So it is just stupid, the amount of damage that he puts out on that first hit. No, you can actually do it all the way up to... I think I started to have problems like gold 2. Like around gold 2, it became very difficult to do that. Like at that point, people were actually not stupid, so they would itemize correctly. But like gold 3, gold 4, 5, you could still pretty much one-shot people by doing that. And then obviously in bronze, you would just one-shot people. Like, I mean, no one knows how to fucking do anything in bronze and silver. So, that's easy shit. Another game, you collect souls. The Green Lantern Man. Sorry, guys. I just wanted to watch the League of Legends shit. I'm looking forward to their MMO. I sort of wonder if that's not going to be the next big MMO. It's not going to kill WoW. Anyone that says that is a fucking moron. But I do think it's going to be a cool game. I sort of think their MMO is going to be really good. The RPG is probably going to be very good as well. I'm not going to watch the series, most likely, unless it's graphics like this. In which case, sure, I'll watch the series. Otherwise, too bad, so sad. Not going to be able to watch that. Not if it's full-on anime. Retail copies, Blizzard and everything. Kaki Capro, how? How is Riot copying Blizzard? I mean, they don't even have the same game. Yeah? Didn't you know? Yeah, they're legitimately working on a League of Legends MMORPG. Ghostcrawler is the lead for it. The Riot anime, well, it's an anime, so I'm not going to watch it because I don't like anime. But if it's this type of graphics, I might just give it a fucking go, right? Just because I think the story, for anyone that cares about story, the story of League of Legends is insane. Now they're working on a card game as well. Okay, so Kaki, just want to point out Valorant is far more an answer to what's it called? What's the fucking first-person shooter called? Like one of the oldest first-person shooters ever. Fuck, I'm blanking on the name. CSGO. Valorant is far more an answer to CSGO than it is to Overwatch. It literally, like, it took some inspiration from Overwatch with the one ability, the ultimate ability that you have, but everything else is much more a competition to CSGO than it would ever be to fucking Overwatch. Overwatch is more loosely based on what the fuck was that called, dude? You played in teams as well. I think there were 2 of them made. Fuck me. You also had abilities and stuff that you could use in the game. Oh my fuck. One of my friends played it. Team Fortress, I think it was. Yes. Overwatch was more of a Team Fortress copy, which of course Valorant isn't. Valorant legitimately, you could see as well the way they marketed Valorant. They wanted the CSGO crowd. They didn't give a fuck about Overwatch, and for good reason. Overwatch as a first-person shooter isn't that great. It's good. It's got its player base, but as a first-person shooter, it's lagging behind CSGO. So no, I don't think they copied in any way, shape, or form Overwatch with Valorant. As for card games, again, I mean, every company is jumping on card games because card games make money, you know? So it just makes sense. I sort of think that Blizzard is not long behind on coming up with their own auto chase game. I think the next game out of Blizzard is going to be auto chase. It's an amazing game. I don't fucking know why people hate it so much. Fucking noobs. It's not hate. It's just not my type of game. That's why I don't like Overwatch. It's a first-person shooter. All first-person shooters are mindless. I've come to enjoy Battlegrounds more than traditional Hearthstone. Auto chase. Auto chase is like team fight tactics. Have you ever played team fight tactics? 111. Well, Kaki Kapro, I can tell you that most of my friends who's very much into first-person shooter hates Overwatch because it's a bad first-person shooter. Like, it's just not fun for people who really care about first-person shooters. So 111, it's team fight tactics. It's basically a game where you sort of build your team, but then the battle is automatic. So it's based on your strategy of building a team. So in World of Warcraft, you're most likely going to get all sorts of random champions that you can add to your board, build different decks out of those champions, and bam. Well, Overwatch does fall in the first-person shooter category because it's basically first-person shooting. But no, it's not technically first-person shooter because, well, I don't think it tries to compete with it, but unfortunately, it's going to pull from the same audience, right? It's going to pull from the same audience as things like Call of Duty, things like Battlefield. That's the sort of audience I think that's going to play Overwatch. The great, so it doesn't help that you copy what Blizzard calls their game, because Blizzard also calls World of Warcraft an MMORPG. Even though it's not an RPG. So whatever a company classifies it as, Overwatch in the technical sense. So if you look at the other games that would qualify as first-person shooters, right? Overwatch would technically not be the same kind of first-person shooter. It wouldn't be a first-person shooter if you compare it to things like Battlefield, Call of Duty, CSGO, PUBG, all of those first-person shooter games that people like to play. because Overwatch introduces abilities. It's not as technical in terms of weapon drops and sort of penetrations and things like that. So in a technical sense, it doesn't fall into the FPS genre that most FPS hardcore fans would play. So that's what we were talking about here. The problem is it still needs players from the FPS genre because they're never going to get a player like me, right? Someone who cares about RPGs, I will never play Overwatch because there's nothing in it for me. So they're trying to grab players from the FPS market with what I would consider to be a subpar FPS at best. Not that it can't be successful. I'd be interested to see what Overwatch 2 comes up with, and if Overwatch 2 can actually be successful. I'd be very interested. It's not about, like, there's no such thing as single player versus multiplayer RPG. An RPG is a role-playing game where your character, your choices matter, right? You make choices based on the outcome of the game. That's why I think no MMO should ever be classified as an RPG, because I don't think there is any MMO that is an RPG. I think it's classified as MMORPG because they didn't have a name at the time, and RPG was the closest, but that would be the same as Overwatch being an FPS. It's closer to an FPS than it is to an RPG, but it's still not fully an FPS, and it's also not the same way World of Warcraft, all of those games isn't really RPGs. For example, I do not classify Cyberpunk as an RPG. I think Cyberpunk is closer to an RPG than it is to not being an RPG, but it's still not an RPG because there's very limited choices. Most of your choices literally doesn't matter. The outcome is based on, I think, 2 or 3 of the choices that you make in the game. Everything else you can really do whatever the fuck you want with. As for love, it's extremely limited in who you can form relationships with. So in my opinion, it's not an RPG. It would need a lot more work. So I think I set the bar very high of what I consider to be an RPG or worthy of being called an RPG. KLDK, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that, bro. RPGs were text-driven on bulletin boards. Dial-up is life. I mean, an RPG is a game that allows the player to create a character and effectively make choices. You can do that in WoW. It's just very, very limited. But they need a new name for it. Because there's plenty of games. If all you're saying... So, for example, the Grey, if you're saying that stats and gearing is an RPG element, then The Division is also an RPG game. What else? There was another game that I was thinking about just now. It sort of fucking struck blank. Because then in The Division, you also choose your stats. And you can choose your gear. But it's not an RPG. No one would even fucking pretend that The Division is an RPG. It's a looter shooter. There's no one in the right mind that would pretend that's an RPG. You literally have zero choice over the story. What story? First and foremost. I'm sorry. My idea of an RPG is quite high. There must be more than just stats and gearing. Well, okay, great. In that regard, League of Legends is an RPG. Dota is an RPG. PUBG is an RPG because you just said, right? You have the ability to make choices about stats and gearing. You can make choices in League of Legends about stats and gearing. So, RPGs or not RPGs? Because they're not even classified as RPGs. And in that sense, the only thing that they have missing that World of Warcraft has is a story. But then again, League of Legends does have a story. It just doesn't have a story as you play it, right? Well, then FIFA would be an RPG as well. You're right, KLDK. FIFA would be an RPG. Madden would be an RPG. Stats and gearing is not enough to make an RPG, right? I genuinely think when it comes to RPGing, I think we have, like, I'm not saying they shouldn't be called MMORPGs, But I do think we should come up with new classifications for them, because I think it's really misleading when you call a game like World of Warcraft or like Elder Scrolls Online, when you call them RPGs, because it really takes away from what an actual RPG is, right? If you go back to the games like Baldur's Gate or Neverwinter Nights or Dragon Age or Mass Effect, or even more recently Pillars of Eternity, those are real RPGs in the most basic and most intricate sense of the word, right? Those are RPGs. Whereas I don't think you do any justice to the RPG genre or subgenre when you call them. So, for example, I also have a problem with things like Diablo being called an RPG. Because it's not. It's a looter shooter. Basically what it is, well, looter spell thingy, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's hack and slash, effectively, is what it is. Escape from Tarkov is also pretty much looter shooter now. Atronate, thank you so much for on sub. Did really fucking appreciate that. 7 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you doing, Atronave? The Grey, I think the point you're missing is exactly that. The only games that can be classified realistically as RPGs is single player games. Any other game can't be classified as that, because if I do not have the ability to control the story of the game, then it is no longer a role-playing game. The whole point of role-playing game is that you become that character and your actions and choices matter throughout the game, right? So I don't like the label of RPG to it. No, you don't seem to get it. Yeah, there's 74 people on my end. Like, it shows 74 people, but it could be, yeah, it shows 70 people now. I mean, we're gonna argue over this forever, the Grey, and I'm never gonna agree with you, because the MMO stands for Massive Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game, but it lies because it literally stops after MMO. Massively Multiplayer Online Game is what it should be called, not Massive Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game, because role-playing game requires choices and actions that influence the story that you're playing, so that you are in fact role-playing. The Massive Multiplayer Online can't change that. I mean, the ERP crowd is the ERP crowd. That's a whole different story. The Bastathon, so I don't actually think Blizzard would ever be able to make an RPG, basically because they've never done it. I genuinely think Blizzard would be better at creating something like God of War, because I think Blizzard is amazing at macro stories and sort of writing out storylines, but I think it requires a very special talent to be an amazing RPG company, right? So there's very few companies, in my opinion, that do great RPGs, because they're very difficult to do. Witcher 3 is my favorite RPG of all time, Orion. But I think making RPGs is very special, and very few companies can actually make them. I don't want Blizzard to make one, because I think Blizzard's masters of macro storylines. I do think so. Credit where credit is due. When it comes to macro storylines and worlds, there is almost no company better than Blizzard. And I don't want them to get into the nitty-gritty of RPGs, because like I said, I don't think they have the people who really does that. And also, I don't think they should try. I've never played Final Fantasy games, so I have no idea whether Final Fantasy is good or not. Kingdoms of Amalur was so good as well, yes. Kingdoms of Amalur was a good fucking game. I'm a huge fan of stories. Everything about stories is great. What would you label WoW if not MMORPG though? Honestly curious. MMO action adventure. I would just call it an MMO game for the most part because it is massive multiplayer online, right? And I think that covers everything you need to know. Because much of this of the game is going to be about playing with other people. So I think MMO covers it, but action adventure could work as well. Like MMO action adventure could work because you are playing a very curated game, right? You're playing a very curated story. It's sort of the story is there and you're just exploring the story. You don't really influence the story in any way, shape, or form. Whereas I think once you add the RPG thing there must be a form of influence to the story. Otherwise, you're playing a limited game. Described as RPG, MMORPG, no? No, I don't think Destiny can either. Destiny is, again, in my opinion, looter shooter. And while I know technically that's not a label that we have for games, look, at the end of the day, these labels don't matter because you have to classify your game as something, right? And this is what most companies do. A lot of the time, they come up with the label that is closest to what the game is, because that at least labels it, right? And you need a label in order to get a rating. In order to actually promote your game, you need to label it as something. It needs a category to fall in, which is fine. I mean, I'm not going to start a fucking tirade over how World of Warcraft shouldn't be an MMORPG. But my personal belief is that it shouldn't be. I'm not saying let's fucking create a whole new slew of categories for games to fall into. Can't be an RPG. They have to have some kind of set progression. The only true RPG is tabletop, where you can literally do anything you think of. Hugged, but there are games that give you so much choice that it's as close as a computer game can get. If you think, for example, of The Witcher 3, there's a ton of endings in The Witcher 3, right? There's other games out there where you can legitimately finish the entire game without fighting once, or you can just slaughter everyone, right? And they will consistently change depending on how you want to play the game. So there are games that come close to it, but your position is very well noted. Null Moon Lady, how you doing? Your position is noted, and I do agree with you. Games, computer games specifically, will always have an inherent sort of hindrance in that regard. But it is as good as it gets, right? Just Jeff, how you doing, bro? Open world MMO from Blizzard. I mean, but we already have an open world MMO from Blizzard. It's called World of Warcraft, Just Jeff. Oh, open world RPG. I hate open world, by the way. I think that's another thing that I should just say up front. I hate open world games. Hug, very true. Most games give you the illusion of choice, not actual choice, which pisses me the fuck off. When you get that illusion of choice and you finally realize that your choice actually didn't matter. That is actually worse. Then rather just don't give me a choice in the to begin with. Instead, take away all the choices and just send me on the story so I see the story. But when you give me a choice and I realize that that choice was complete and utter bullshit and did not matter, that pisses me the fuck off. I don't think so, Makoko. Even though I would love it, I don't think so. So, just to clarify why I hate open world games, right? Open world to me, I don't hate the idea of open world games. In fact, I love the idea of open world. But every single company seems to use open world as a way to be as cheap as fuck on content as humanly possible. almost every single game that has an open world game is boring as fuck. Like, it's just the same shit over and over again that smells a little bit different, but it's the same shit, right? By stats, I was talking about like primary, secondary stats, ag, stam, intellect. I know which stat you were talking about. I just think WoW has enough RPG elements, that's all. Even without direct story choice, which I'd love to see in WoW. I do get your gripe with lack of choice, though. The gripe, I think we just have different measures of what we like and don't like, or how far we'd like to push it, but we are in agreement on most of it. Problem is when you play one like World of Warcraft that is already quite time consuming, you have difficulties with playing other games that have a long content as well and needs time as well, unless you're subbing out of WoW. Or it's your job, in which case you can play everything. Pumangi, wow, I haven't seen your name in a while. How you doing? You still alive? Fable is an example of RPG and things you do affect your character and story over WoW. Fable was so good. Oh my god. The first game ever I've played where you start out as a kid, you actually get older. That game did so much to pull you into the story. That game did so much to sell you that story. Fable was so fucking good. Oh my god. I think they use it as an excuse to do nothing in it. There's no life interaction. That's at least how I feel. The problem for me with open world is sort of they give you 20 hours of story and then 50 hours of fuck all. 50 hours of just running around doing mindless tasks just so that you can, I don't know, feel as if you've gotten a 70-hour game. But the story is just 20 hours. The rest of the game is you just doing the same shit over and over and over and over and over and over again to level up so that you can continue with the fucking story. Open world games that made a whole lot of sense to me that was actually fucking brilliant would be games like Witcher 3, where the open world, the world was actually alive and there was a shit ton of things to do in it. Some of it was mindless, just clearing stuff on the map, but then even sometimes with those things that you would clear on the map, there would be like a mini story to it. You know, something small like a letter that maybe the letter tells you where a treasure is buried or some shit like that. So there were some interesting things at least in The Witcher's open world, but then games that I hated the open world of, which they fixed in patches afterwards, but would be something like Assassin's Creed Origins. I hated Odyssey, not Origins, Odyssey. Assassin's Creed Odyssey was one of the I played it right at the start when it just launched, like first day. It was one of the worst games I've ever played in my life, because you would constantly get to these moments in the story where you can't continue the story because you're 2 levels lower than the quest objective guy that you now have to go to, and he one-shots you. You can't kill him. Now you have to go and actually grind out the gear in the world, doing the same fucking shit. Assassinate this guy, assassinate that guy, assassinate this guy, assassinate that guy, until you can level up to the point where you can continue the story, which they obviously changed eventually. Holy shit. Atronade, thank you so much for the 20 community subs. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some love and chat for Atronave? That is an amazing gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. Atronave, how are you tonight? I would say The Witcher story really, for me at least, wasn't like that. I've played The Witcher, countless times now, right? From start to finish. I've played The Witcher multiple times through. And I've played The Witcher 100% completion. So doing every single thing that there is to do on the map. And I've played Witcher just doing the main stories. And the main side quests. Because the main side quest usually is also very much story driven. And you don't have to do any of the side quests. Like the unnecessary side quests, you never have to do those. You can just do the main storyline, and that should get you through the whole game. At least it did for me. Even though I don't know why you wouldn't do the side quests in Witcher, because they're actually story quests, right? Even the side quests tell pretty cool stories. The Grey, do yourself a favor. Play The Witcher 3. You can thank me later. The Witcher 3 is by far the greatest RPG ever made. By a fucking long shot. The greatest RPG ever made. I've had it on Steam for a long while. Valheim has stolen all my time. I haven't logged into Valheim in a long time. Like, ever since, even before my internet went away. You guys rock, by the way. Atronave, I really appreciate those. I really appreciate the gifted subs. It means the absolute world to me. So thank you so much for that. Final Fantasy 7 to 10. You could finish it, but miss so much. I genuinely... Is there anyone here that hasn't played Witcher 3 yet? Like, anyone? Who aside from Hugged, who hasn't played Witcher 3 yet? Well, I appreciate it, Afterlife. I very much appreciate it. Me, the Grey, I have not. I haven't played any Witcher part, to be honest. Alright, you don't need to play Witcher 1 and 2. You can, if you want to, you can. But they're bad. Not the story. The story is great. They're just very aged. You can just start with Witcher 3. They give you more than enough explanation in Witcher 3 of what happened in Witcher 1 and 2. Not really 1. They don't really go into what happened in 1. They do explain stuff that happened in Witcher 2 to the point where you at least have an idea of what you went through. I would say play Witcher 2 because it's a good game. The combat sucks. And yes, in Witcher 1, the combat is miserable. Witcher 2, it's a little bit better than 1, but still fucking horrible. Witcher 3, the combat is actually pretty cool. I have all 3 as well. I have all 3 definitive editions because Steam was giving it away. And I, for some reason, don't know where my box is. Like, I have the physical box copy for Witcher 2. Witcher 1 never released physically in South Africa, but I do have the physical box copy somewhere for Witcher 2. Their version, at least in South Africa, of the collector's edition, I have yours somewhere. But I would 100% I have 65.5 hours of playtime in Valheim. Shamakazi, how you doing? Wow, so many of you is actually playing Valheim. You guys do know that we have a streamer server, right? If you have Valheim, you're welcome to join the Discord server. There's like people playing it all the fucking time. By a car today? Wait, what? Like, were you in a car when you got hit by a car, or were you not in a car and you got hit by a car? Because I feel like that makes a whole world of difference. Jesus. Was he driving fast, or was it at least manageable? Did you get hurt at all? Are you... Well, you said you're okay. But hopefully you didn't get too hurt. There's a slight bump because she was backing out of a space. I would be fucking livid. I would be livid if someone fucking crashed into me. I would be so angry. I would be fucking screaming. That would be that moment where I go to jail because I told someone they're a fucking cunt. And that is illegal in South Africa. You're technically not allowed to do that, by the way. Technically, you're not allowed to do that. And I took her insurance info, which she freely offered, just in case I'm more hurt than I think I am. Make something up. I call you to visit Akelhelm, Town of the Beard. I haven't been in Valheim for so long. I'm scared to fucking log in there. Susie and Anta, thank you much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm scared now to log into Valheim. You ask question whose side we are on, Jailer or Eternals? I would side on Eternals. Why? Why? Why would people side with the Eternals? You know what? I'm gonna fucking throw that straight to Twitter. Let's ask that question on Twitter. Let's see what Twitter says. Have a throne? The head of the table in Valheim? Really? I have a throne? Gercertis, thank you for the follow, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. I hope I didn't butcher that name. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Alright, here we go. We're gonna do a poll on Twitter right now. Who would you follow? The jailer? The eternal ones. I fucking hate typing. Who would you follow in Shadowlands? I hate this phone so much. It's a new phone and I can't fucking stand it. Alright, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, go vote on Twitter. If you have my Twitter, go vote because it is live now. There you go. The tweet is live. Go vote. Tell me who you'd follow. No, I mean, if someone hits you with a fucking car, they can't turn around and say, look at my car, you broke my car. I'm sorry, but at that point, that person deserves a fucking kick in the teeth. Like, if you back into someone else, right? You drive into another human being. You can't then just go, what the fuck you doing? You broke my car. Bro, you broke my body? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Why did you hit me? What the fuck do you think is happening here? Right? So, no one can claim if they've driven into you while you were walking. I've deleted Twitter over a year ago. It is too toxic media. I don't pay attention to things that people say on Twitter. I just say my own shit and then I leave it. Because, yeah, Twitter sucks. But I do like tweeting. I like tweeting and reading what people have to say about it. I genuinely only, on Twitter, I only engage with my own community on there. I tweet things and then I read whatever people say on my tweets. I don't go around scrolling in Twitter. I find that ridiculously mind-numbingly boring. Like, just scrolling through Twitter to see what other people are writing. It's like, why? I'm sure that's between them and their community. So I don't do that. I just type things that I want to hear answers to. So I'll ask lore questions or I'll pose lore theories on Twitter. That's all I do there, by the way. I don't do anything else there. My base gaming friend, who dubs himself a bit of an RPG snob, shares your sentiment that MMO aren't really RPGs, so point goes to you. The great, your friend knows what the fuck's up. My cat has 4K followers. I have like 12. Are you serious, Shimakazi? I follow you on my personal Twitter, but I really only engage with the like 4K people who follow my cat. I only use, that's fine. I only use Twitter for trolling. So many people there that need to be offended or outed as morons. I feel like that's a worldwide wild thing. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people in the world that should be outed as morons. Get deleted by Jack. I've only once been suspended by Twitter, and it's because I called someone a cunt. The person was being an asshole, so I called them a cunt, and then I got suspended for 24 hours. But in my opinion, it was well deserved. Not the suspension. The person was a cunt. So I don't know. I don't think I deserve to be kicked for that or suspended for that. I got 3 suspensions from Blizzard Book. from Facebook. I've never been suspended from Facebook. Then again, I use Facebook only as a place to upload videos and to engage with my community on Facebook. I don't post any sort of original content on Facebook. So unless I get deleted on YouTube, I'm not going to get deleted on Facebook. And I don't know how they could delete me on YouTube. Gazair, how you doing? I don't know how I could get deleted on YouTube. I don't do anything, right? I just post about video games. That's it. So if I do get deleted for posting on about video games, I'd be well surprised. That would sort of surprise me if I got deleted. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I think I will see all of you tomorrow. It's been an amazing stream. I want to thank all of you for coming out, for all the gifted subs, for everything that you've done. I need to go make some food and I need to get into bed because I'm fucking tired and the power is going out in about 2 hours. No, a little bit over 2 hours, and I still have to eat and fall asleep because I won't be able to sleep once the power is out. Because, yeah, that level of quiet is too quiet for me. So I just wouldn't be able to stream then. Oh, sleep. Fuck, stream. I will be back tomorrow, by the way, for those of you that want to come hang out tomorrow night. Tomorrow is community night on the channel. We'll see which games we're going to play. We might play some Phasmophobia. We might play some Among Us. We'll fucking see where the night takes us. And then, of course, tomorrow is the big boy night because we are back here with Dungeons and Dragons, some D&D tomorrow night. We continue the adventures of D&D. I hope that I will see all of you here. It is an amazing D&D campaign, definitely worth your time, 100%. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank each and every one of you for coming out, for hanging out, for spending your evening with me, for giving me your time, and for being so fucking kind and so amazing. I love all of you from the bottom of my heart. Do you want me to host or raid anyone? I see Vizzy is online. Do you guys want to go say hello to Vizzy? We didn't do a raid last night, so fuck it. Let's do one tonight. I see Vizzy is online. I don't know what the fuck she's playing, but NHL? Is that the hockey game? Yeah, that's the hockey game. So you guys can go say hello to Vizzy if you're not too busy. Even if you don't want to, even if you want to go do something else afterwards, that's perfectly fine. Hopefully just go say hello and then, you know, go do whatever the fuck you want. I am so glad that each and every one of you came out tonight. I love you all from the bottom of my heart. Guys, as always, I will see you tomorrow night. Peace out, fam.
Than anything else. If you go to the